It will take only 2 minutes. That's it. लाइव हो जाएगा. ना सर અમે ગ્રુપમાં મૂકી દીધું છે એમને તો યુટ્યુબની જ છે યુટ્યુબની જ છે મીટની નથી સર વી આર રાઈટ થઈ ગયું
Good morning to all. Respected chief guest of today's online seminar, or we can say webinar, Honorary Joint Secretary, Principal Shri R.C. Darati Sir, Principal Dr. Bhavesh Patel, and eminent speaker for today's function, Dr. Ganesh Hegde, Advisor NAAC Bangalore, IQAC Coordinator of VP Science College, Dr. Nikunj Bhatt, all the esteemed participants from all over India, my dear colleagues, I extend a warm welcome to all of you on this one-day NAAC-sponsored seminar. We are very sorry to say that we are sorry about the delay in starting because of a few technical glitches. However, we are on course now. Friends, the goal of accreditation is to ensure that education provided by institutions is of a higher quality and it meets acceptable global standards. It pushes institutions to meet and maintain the high standards and in turn increasing trust and confidence among the public and boosting its accountability. Accreditation helps potential students and their parents to place a certain level of trust on the institutions and the courses that they offer. Therefore, NAAC was set up in 1994 to address the quality of deteriorating educational standards with the objective of excellence, credibility and relevance. NAAC has been continually attempting to ensure that institutions adhere to accepted norms of quality through various measures. This is a continuous process. Institutions have to be on their toes and uphold the standards over time. However, when the new NAAC guidelines were issued, there was a paradigm shift in the manner of assessment, and that has led to some confusion. Before our IQAC coordinator apprises you of this seminar, I first request our principal, Dr. Bhavesh Patel, to welcome our chief guest, Principal R.C. Darati sir. Welcome, sir. I also first request the chief guest, Principal R.C. Darati sir, to address you all and give his blessings. Friends, I must tell you, this octogenarian principle is an inspiration to all people almost half his age with his enthusiasm, spirit, fitness, and thirst for learning. He has been a principal of an arts college and took the college to great heights. And he was a syndicate member for 6 years of Sardar Patel University. We are honored to have you, sir. So kindly bless us with your words.
Principal Dr. Bhavesh Patel, IQAC Coordinator Dr. Nikunj Bhatt, IQAC member Dr. Charudat, all the faculty members of the college, and all the participants who have joined this online seminar, different colleges and universities of India. Good morning and warm welcome to all on behalf of Charuttar Vidya Mandal. First of all, I would like to congratulate the active principal Dr. Bhavesh Patel and his enthusiastic and energetic team for organizing this online seminar. I also congratulate all the participants who have joined this seminar. For those who belong to Gujarat, need no introduction regarding this college and Charuttar Vidya Mandal. But for the benefit of others, allow me to briefly tell you about this. This town, Vallabh Vidyanagar, and the educational hub Charuttar Vidya Mandal were established in 1945 with the blessings and under the guidance of great leader of India, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Surrounding villages of this area willingly donated their land for the noble cause of bringing education at the doorstep of rural hinterland. Now this modern educational hub having 50 educational institutions catering to the educational dreams of all the age groups in almost all fields from KG to PG and beyond. I am especially proud to be here because Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the Iron Man of India, inaugurated this VP Mahavidyalaya, which is now known as VP and RPTP Science College, was the first college to come up in this township in 1947 with 600 students, and now each has more than 1500 students. In the third cycle of NAAC, this college has secured A grade and A plus by Academic and Administrative Assurance of Knowledge Consortium of Gujarat, that is KCG. I am happy to say that out of 50 educational institutes managed by CVM, 19 colleges are self-financed colleges, and now from this year, these 19 colleges are constituent colleges of newly established Charuttar Vidya Mandal University, that is CVM University. Futuristic thinker Alvin Toffler, in his book Future Shock, mentions that in the 21st century, the definition of an illiterate person will be changed. The person who doesn't know how to read and write will not be considered as illiterate, but the person who doesn't keep on learning something new continuously will be considered illiterate. The thinker opines that in this century, every individual will have to indulge into the mental process of learn, unlearn, and relearn. I am really happy that this college has provided you the platform to learn, to unlearn, and to relearn regarding the new guidelines for accreditation by NAAC. In the end, I would like you to be mindful of the path ahead, which will be highly challenging. As stated by former President of India, late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, that learning gives you creativity, Creativity leads you thinking, thinking provides you knowledge, and knowledge makes you great. So be learner, be creative, be thinker, be knowledgeable, be great person, and be the game changer. Otherwise, the world is full of players and followers. We also remember that any system of education does not rise higher than the level of its teachers. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful words and words of inspiration. And your words ignite a lot of thoughts in our minds. It is now time to welcome the IQAC coordinator to the uh, meet, who will apprise all the participants about this seminar. Dr. Nikunj Bhatt.
Good morning, all of you. Again, on behalf of our college, I extend apology for the delaying of our starting the webinar. Principal Talati sir, our college principal sir, and all the participants, those who are attending, especially Dr. Ganesh Hegde sir. He is also with us as a expert chief guest. Our college is one of the premier college, not only in our area but in the entire Gujarat. And he is serving as a leading college, as a premier college, and mentoring to the neighboring colleges in all the aspects. The purpose of this seminar is to make aware and spread the awareness to the academic fraternity for new methodology. Our college always a step ahead in our region. Our college was the first college got accredited, as well as first college accredited with A grade in new methodology. We always ready to transfer our legacy of Iron Man Sardar Patel, who put an idea and inaugurated to the education field. I'm not taking too much time. Let me give you some statistic. In today's webinar, we have 280 registration. Out of these, 13 are presenting their papers, and they are from all over India, from the different region of the country. And for the seminar, we design some rule. I kindly, humbly requesting that we must follow these rules. Out of them, some are here. That feedback system is very essential to get certificate, and the name which is written in the feedback form will be reflected in the certificate. I also request to kindly keep in touch with WhatsApp to get latest update. Those who are presenter should be aware for their turn, and I also request to kindly stick with their stipulated time. We will continuously taking present through the YouTube viewer. So I request all of you to remain present during the seminar. And during the seminar, if you have any query, we are opening our WhatsApp group right now for the uh, participants, so they can ask in the WhatsApp group. And as well as after the presentation, if you have any question to the presenter, you also can ask in the WhatsApp group. So again, I welcome all of you, especially Dr. Ganesh Hegde sir, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatt.
With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session. Now is the time for the plenary. We are fortunate to have an eminent speaker, Dr. Ganesh Hegde. Who better person than to talk about the new framework? Whenever we talk of assessment or accreditation, who better than a person who advises NAC? So we have Dr. Ganesh Hegde, advisor NAC, who is joining us today to talk about the new framework and understanding DVP, which is challenging to many colleges who are going for the new, applying for the new under the new guidelines. Dr. Ganesh Hegde is an eminent academician and he holds a degree in mass communication and journalism. He has served in the publication department as publication executive in DST Vigyan Prasad before joining NAC. He was also instrumental in bringing out the manuals, guidelines, and publications in the initial years of NAC. Besides coordinating the review of 66 academic colleges, staff colleges across the country, he has conducted several workshops for on assessments and accreditation for vice chancellors, principals, and faculty members. He has also contributed immensely to higher education, internal quality assurance system, quality in teacher education, and best practices. Dr. Hegde was elected to the board of directors for International Network for Quality Assurance Agencies in Higher Education, which is a worldwide organization of 200 organizations of quality assurance agencies. He has also authored a book on information communication technology and higher education. We are indeed honored to have you, sir, for this expert talk. May I now humbly request Dr. Ganesh Hegde to take the mic.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ Sir, one second. I'll just on my screen. It is visible. Hello. Kunj ji.
हाँ सर दिख रहा है ये सर दिख रहा है
One second. I'll just again I will make it.
दिख रहा है
Is it full screen is visible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
नमस्कार और प्रणाम, सबको मेरा प्रणाम है. I welcome you all for this webinar. I take this opportunity to take a blessings from the Guru by reciting a small shloka. Brahmanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadasham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimanamachalam Sarvadisakshibhutam Bhavatitam Tribunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namah. My respect to all the teachers who are viewing this webinar. On behalf of the NAAC, And on behalf of the VP Science College, Gujarat, I welcome each participant for this webinar. Our director, Professor S.E. Sharma ji, has sent a special message to the college for organizing this webinar in terms of contacting many colleges who are going for the accreditation and further quality enhancement in the holistic approach of the student improvement. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Bhavesh Patel ji, Dr. Nikunj Bhatt ji, and Dr. Charudat Gurjar ji, who has made an effort to make this webinar a successful one. My sincere thanks and pranam to Dr. R.C. Talate ji, who has given the blessings in the morning, and I hope his wisdom and good words will take a long way, and we will also imbibe some of the things which he has made remarks. I take this opportunity to thank the President and Secretary who have been supporting the colleges for coming to a higher level. Now I will briefly tell about the NAAC 2-3 procedures from the IAQA, from the self-study report, and also the data validation and verification. Some slides I may be skipping because it will be general one, which I may not give the detailed explanation. But I would like to share with you some of the nitty-gritties of the accreditation. As you all know that the NAAC does the accreditation. Self-study report which you submit is a self-evaluation. External quality evaluation is done by the NAAC. NAAC is also making the promotion and sustenance initiatives. Vision statement should be short, simple, and specific. If you are a science college, the focus will be there on the science and the background and reaching and teaching and research. If it is a general college of art, science, commerce, or a teacher education college, or a social work college, or a management college, the focus will be different. So you have to make your vision statement a focused one. Everybody has got a potential. The college may become potential for excellence also, but you need to make your unlocking the potential. Thomas Edison sometimes back has said, embrace what you do not know, especially in the beginning, because what you do not know may become a good asset for you. So you look forward some improvement in the institution. AISHE ID, email ID, mobile number, these are three things are required. If an institution is going for accreditation after 6 months or 8 months or 1 year down the line, no problem. But it is left you to decide when you are going for accreditation. Kindly register in the NAAC portal so that you can ask the question to the NAAC and you can correspond with the NAAC. What IAQA is requires, the document which required for IAQA is affiliating university current academic year, whatever the program you are having. The next slide I will show you a format. And current academic approval if you are having AICTE approval for MBA, MCA like that. AICTE certificate is very much important. Uploading the AQR of the previous cycle, if you are going for a second, third and fourth cycle, then previous 5-year AQR is compulsory. At least 4 year should be submitted. Undertaking the HEI will be there and also self-declaration. Now I will give you one example. In the undertaking also, institution should give the IP address, which computer you will be uploading the information, that is also should be given. Self-declaration is talks about the university affiliation, as well as you will give an authenticated document stating that these are the program courses, certificate courses or diploma has been run by the college. Undertaking also should be given by the institution. What I suggest all the faculty member is that kindly go through the NAAC website, download one manual, standard operating procedure, data templates, and also the extended profile templates also kindly download, and kindly read the standard operating procedure which NAAC has made. In the detailed one I will talk during the DBV process. My request to the institution is that kindly make a NAAC icon in the institutional website. What document you have to place it in the public domain, it is decided by you. It is not decided by the NAAC. But that is the reason we request you to all the documentary evidence. Suppose student satisfaction survey, scholarship, green initiatives, the placement record, and then teaching learning process, number of awards got, all data you can put it in a some tab so that it will help you. Kindly upload the AQAR and also the accreditation certificate. If you register in the NAAC, you will be able to get a support help desk from the NAAC, so that if you have any issues, you will be able to look into it. The timeline is more important. Registration IIQA will be 15 days. Within 45 days, the institution needs to submit SSR. That is the reason. Prior to the 45 days, you have to prepare fully. Then only you submit the IIQA. Data validation and verification happens in the next stage, which will be completed within 21 days. And announcement of the pre-qualification will be done within 7 days. After that only, the second level fee will be collected from the institution. Then the on-site visit also will be done within 60 to 90 days. Finally, calculation of the grade will be declared by the NAAC within 30 days. Now, I will just share with some of the things about the 7 criteria. जैसा हमारे पास 7 दिन है, सप्त स्वरास are there, सप्त सागरस are there, and Sapt Rishis are there. Various things are related to the 7, because 7 makes a lot of implications and also the improvements in the institution. Curricular aspect, teaching, learning, evaluation, research, innovations and extension, infrastructure and learning resources, and student support and progression, governance, leadership and management, and institutional values and best practices. I'll just give you a highlight of what is the new things which NAAC introduced. Institutional distinctive NAAC has introduced. You have to give the distinctiveness. जैसे दो आदमी एक जैसा नहीं हो सकता है, तो आपको जो अच्छा है इंस्टीट्यूशन के बारे में, डिस्टिंक्टिव क्या है उसका बारे में थोड़ा लिखना पड़ेगा. It may related to your vision or a teaching or a research or an extension program will be there. Alumni engagement, or it may be student support also. Alumni engagement is more important. Alumni who are coming from the institution need to be either placed, or they may be in a high position in a society, or they may be there in a foreigners. Innovations ecosystem is another thing which NAAC has introduced. Online student satisfaction survey will be there. Finally, if you are a good institution, then it talks about your institutional values. A simple way to just to tell you what is an institutional value: discipline, time management, communication. So these are all makes a lot of things when a student comes out from that particular college. The placement agency will be looking about you, what the value system which you will be talking about the student outcome. In the qualitative metrics, there are 35 or 36 questions are there. If any college is having the only UG program, then it will be considered as the UG. And if any one program is also there in that particular college, either MA, MSc or MCom or MBA program is there, still it will be considered as a PG college. Now, quantitative metrics around the 62% depends upon the quantitative metrics. That is the reason today Nikul Bhatji has thought that there should be more focus on the DVB. Now, what is the quantitative metric? Quantitative metric is nothing but a quantifiable facts and figures. What is a qualitative? It is a descriptive. In a simple manner to tell you, if you go to a doctor, first the thing they will measure your height, weight and the some blood pressure. Then only the doctor will be able to take a note of that one, whether the person's health is good or not. In the similar way, NAAC would like to measure the health of the institution. When you look into the quantitative metrics talks about how institution
તમને તો કહ્યા હતા કે સર આવું કર્યું છે. તો તે actually
So the out, so the to service to thing we wrote
એમણે લૂટ કર્યું છે.
or on the on-site visit. Now, out of the 93 or 96 matrices which are there, some of them are quantitative and qualitative. Now we will be talking about both quantitative and qualitative for the preparation of the self-study report. Data verification and validation will happen before the on-site visit. The on-site visit will be done only for qualitative metric. Compliance for the institution need to be done in terms of the rules, policies, regulations, and many things. Kindly read the manual which is available in the NAAC website, download standard operating procedures and also the Excel sheet. In the Excel sheet, don't change the Excel sheet of the boxes which has been given. If you wanted to add, you can add, but do not delete the questions which may not be suitable to. But still, you have to use the same platform because it will goes through the data validation and verification process. Extended profile is more important. What is an extended profile? Just to give an example, suppose number of students year-wise during the last 5 years. Now this data will be validated for the teaching learning process, student outcome, placement, student pass percentage, and also the number of awards, and also the extension program also it will be calculated. If a data is been used for the evaluation process more than the 2 or 3 times of that particular metric will be used as an extended profile. You can look into it in the NAAC website. Introductory note, criteria summary, and strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities and challenges to be given to the NAAC. Now quickly I will go through the criteria 1 to 7 and be with me with the slide so that I will be quickly sharing some of the nitty-gritties and what institution can do and how calculation happens for the quantitative and the qualitative metric.
सर जस्ट अ मूवमेंट, आपका स्लाइड मूव नहीं हो रहा है, आपने अभी मूव नहीं किया है?
Sorry, I will once again I will share. Once again I will share. I think.
और फुल स्क्रीन कर दीजिएगा सर.
एक मिनट सर, शायद दोबारा एक बार करता हूँ.
जी सर.
વાયરલ જોઈને
अभी आ रहा है क्या सर? अभी आ रहा है क्या?
आ रहा है 26 नंबर स्लाइड है लेकिन फुल स्क्रीन नहीं है अभी.
अभी आ गया होगा सर.
फुल स्क्रीन नहीं है सर.
One second. अभी
नो सर. नो.
just a second sir.
जी सर. सजेस्ट करिए.
One second. I will do it sir. Slide is coming.
Slide is coming. Can you do F5?
F5 से नहीं
अभी आ रहा है क्या?
Still same.
अभी
अदरवाइज सर नीचे जो है ना सर वो पूरा फुल स्क्रीन का उसको
कर दिया है.
F5 कीजिए.
No, कर दिया है. Somehow it is not coming.
Sir, shift F5.
कर दिया हूँ सर.
सर को बोलिए प्रेजेंटेशन स्टार्ट कर दे F5 और प्रेजेंट वापस कीजिए प्रेजेंट स्क्रीन में. तो उसमें दो दिखाई, एक प्रेजेंटेशन और जो प्रेजेंटेशन ऑन किया है वो. इंटरनेट विंडो शेयर करो।
हाँ करता हूँ सर। अभी आ रहा है क्या सर?
लाइट विजिबल हो रहा है पहला स्लाइड देख लेकिन दैट इज स्मॉल साइज है तो विजिबिलिटी नहीं ज्यादा।
सर आप दो ऑप्शन है, आप डायरेक्टली एंटायर विंडो सर शेयर कर दीजिए एंड देन यू रन द प्रेजेंटेशन F5 करके, तो देन इट विल बी विजिबल।
वन सेकंड सर।
यस सर।
Just a second sir.
Yes sir, yes sir.
अभी स्लाइड दिख रहा है सर?
सर अब आप स्लाइड शो स्टार्ट कीजिए।
एक मिनट करता हूँ। स्लाइड दिख रहा है ना सर? Now it is visible.
चेंज करिए सर एक स्लाइड।
स्लाइड चेंज हो रहा है सर?
चेंज नहीं हो रहा है सर।
सही। वन सेकंड सर।
ये दूसरा स्लाइड है अभी।
Sir, 1 second, and I will just share once again the slide.
Yes.
Just a second, sir.
Yes.
I close the thing. अभी आ रहा है क्या सर?
हाँ सर, अभी स्लाइड आ गया पहला। जस्ट मूव करिए सेकंड को समझ आएगा।
आ गया?
नहीं, अभी फर्स्ट स्लाइड ही है।
नहीं आ रहा क्या? मैं स्लाइड चेंज कर रहा हूँ सर।
स्लाइड चेंज नहीं हो रहा है।
ऐसा है क्या? सर मैं 1 मिनट, मैं एक बार लॉग इन कर देता हूँ फिर दोबारा।
यस। यस।
स्क्रीन विजिबल है सर?
हाँ सर, फर्स्ट स्लाइड आ गया इसमें।
अभी सेकंड स्लाइड आ गया?
नहीं है।
नहीं आया क्या सर?
हाँ सर। प्रेजेंटिंग में आपने
मिडिल
हाँ
चेंज हो रहा है क्या?
चेंज हुआ था जस्ट दूसरा स्लाइड.
Sir, it will take 1 second.
Okay.
Because, I'll just share it. 1 second, I'll just share.
Okay.
अभी फर्स्ट स्लाइड आ गए ना सर?
अभी तो नहीं आया स्लाइड.
No?
पहला स्लाइड है.
प्रेजेंटेशन स्टार्ट होगा. आगे के स्लाइड ऊपर F5 मत कीजिए. आगे तो देखा था
सहमति.
सर अभी आ गए ना सर? पहला स्लाइड आ गए ना सर?
पहला
अभी सेकंड आ गया?
नहीं आया सेकंड. प्रेजेंटेशन में एक क्लिक करेंगे तो हो जाएगा.
नहीं क्लिक तो कर रहा हूँ. अभी सेकंड स्लाइड नहीं आया क्या?
नहीं सर.
Sir.
And entire screen, your entire screen present now is that is okay.
वो ए विंडो करके आता था.
नहीं विंडो नहीं सर. Your entire screen वाला आप क्लिक करिए.
ओके.
हाँ. अब स्लाइड रन कीजिए सर.
अभी आ गए कि
अब F5 यस सर. अब सेकंड
अभी आ गया क्या?
यस सर.
Thank you sir.
So sorry sir.
No, I am sorry, I could not.
That's fine sir. Yes sir. Complete. That is moving perfectly.
I just would like to share with you this 7 criteria and 34 key indicators for the universities and autonomous college, and 31 and 32 key indicators for the colleges. Innovations ecosystem is not there for UG college, but it is there for the PG college. Now 62% depends upon the quantitative metric. Now this quantitative metric depends upon the DVV clarification and verification at the NAAC level. Now I was just sharing with you about the quantitative metric and the qualitative metric. In a simple way to tell you that the figures which we have seen is a quantitative metric which comes as a 62%. Qualitative metric are the one where a descriptive will be there. As you have seen in the picture, quantitative metrics is measured like your height, weight and the blood pressure or the blood count like that. In the similar way, NAAC is also asking some of the questions in a database manner wherein it will be verified through the third party validation. Qualitative metrics are the one where 500 words to be written in a descriptive manner. I was sharing with you stating that the 34 key indicators will be there for universities and autonomous college. 31 and 32 key indicators are there for UG and PG colleges, and then the quantitative and qualitative metrics, and it will be descriptive and also the number will be there. Now every metric will be measured by the NAAC on a 0 to 4 scale, whether it is an on-site visit or it is a DVB. So every faculty member or a coordinator can make their own validation point. So in the few slides later, I will share with you how NAAC will be calculated. Now data verification and validation done by the NAAC through the DVV process. On-site visit, the accreditation will be done, and then finally result will be declared by the NAAC. Now, this extended profile which I was talking to you is about the number of seats, number of students, number of full-time teachers, number of sanctioned posts, number of classrooms having the seminar halls, total expenditure, number of computers. These are all number which will be used by the NAAC for the validation purpose. Now, extended profile is the one wherein more than one or two matrices it will be used for the validation point. Now, executive summary will be done by the criterion wise. Now, strength, weaknesses, and opportunities and challenges will be there for the institution to share about what is strength, weaknesses, and opportunities. In the few slides later, I will also share with you how self-study report can be written. In the criteria 1, curriculum planning and implementation, academic flexibility, curriculum enrichment, and feedback system will be there. What NAAC is looking is a well-planned and documented process, calendar including for the continuous internal evaluation. It may be 70-30, 80-20, or 60-40, depends upon the institution and the affiliating university, it will be done. Design and development of the curriculum for the add-on and certificate and diploma. In the next slide, I will share with you what NAAC mean about the add-on and certificate courses. Choice-based credit system, if you are having, you can give, or there must be some elective course will be there. Next slide, I will also share with you how elective course will be there. Professional ethics, gender, human values, environmental science, environmental sustainability. These are all some of the things are there as per the Supreme Court order in the curriculum. But how professionally it has been done, which you can share. Percentage of courses having a project work, field work और internship. मैं ऐसा सोचता हूँ अभी VP साइंस कॉलेज में बायोकेमिस्ट्री, बायोलॉजी, फिजिक्स ये सारा सब्जेक्ट है. But you will have a what to call project work. A field work also will be there. Suppose if it is a water analysis and water contamination should be checked. Now, arsenic content in the water can be checked through the field work. Now, internship. Suppose if it is a general college like arts, science, commerce is there. कभी कभी लोग पूछते हैं सर हमारा पास हिस्ट्री, इकोनॉमिक्स, पॉलिटिकल साइंस है, इसमें हम क्या कर सकते हैं इंटर्नशिप के लिए. मैं ऐसा सोचता हूँ, आप फैकल्टी मेंबर है, आप देख सकते हैं. सपोज मेरे पास एक पॉलिटिकल साइंस डिपार्टमेंट है, मैं पॉलिटिकल साइंस पढ़ाता हूँ, इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के बारे में, पॉलिटिकल थियरी के बारे में मैं पढ़ाता हूँ. सपोज इफ आई मेक ए वन competition, elocution competition for the student, how democracy can be improved through the political system. Now, in the governance, you will be having that the student who comes as a first, second, and third, you can send it to the some of the renowned political parties. For example, BJP के लिए, कांग्रेस के लिए, then the शरद पवार का कांग्रेस के लिए, या तो दूसरी पार्टी जो भी हो सकता है, you can send the student for an internship. That 6 days to 10 days how he makes is more important. At the end of the things, you will be able to know that how political theory will be implemented at the party level. So this type of the internship will help the student to learn on a case-to-case basis. I just would like to share with you, if you go to the any law college also, at least 300 to 400 internship will be there in a 5-year what we call law program. So number of students undertaking the field project or the internship project work, you have to highlight. Graduate employability and feedback system, feedback taken by the faculty member in terms of the curriculum is more important. What is a course? A course is a paper or a subject with a specified number of credit. It may be 2 credit or 8 credit, depends upon that particular course you will be having in a program. Now 1 credit, what is a 1 credit? 1 hour lecture per week equal to 1 credit. 2 hours practical class equal to 1 credit. This is what the UGC has suggested. There are core course, elective course and open elective will be there. Now core program will be, suppose for example Master of Commerce, MCOM, you will have business statistics as a core. Elective may be accounting information system, strategic cost analysis, or forensic accounting. Maybe some elective paper will be there. Open elective is the one where MCOM student, MSc student, MA student, anybody can take up that type of the open elective, which will help the student to come at a higher level. Program objective, course objective also need to be designed by the institution. Now, in a MCOM program, you will be having core course will be having 60 credit, elective will be having 30 credit, and open elective may have 8 credit. So finally, it comes to the 98. So detailing you can work out as per your subject. MCOM you can have the papers. What NAAC needs is the paper name and also the paper number or the code is also more important. Now, in the list of elective for the MCOM, you can have in the accounting, human resource management, or a finance, or a marketing like advertising and sales management can be a elective for the MCOM student also. Selection of the open elective depends upon the teacher and the institutional board of study, so that they will take a decision. BWOC can be taken up by the institution also. Printing, publication, automobile, food science, software development, hospitality and tourism, and these are some of the subject you can think about the Bachelor of Vocational Education also. Renewable energy and management. What I would like to share with you, in the coming 5 to 10 years down the line, the renewable energy is one of the things which is coming in a great thing, because government of India would like to promote this type of the renewable energy. It may be solar energy or a wind energy or any type of the renewable energy which government would like to promote. So then there will be job opportunity will be there in such cases. Food processing, healthcare, hospitality, tourism. These are some of the subjects which a student can take up diploma, advanced diploma, or a Bachelor of Vocational Education also. So 70-30 or 60-40 will be there. Ability enhancement courses, competency improvement courses, skill development courses, foundation courses. You can look into the choice-based credit system, wherein core course and elective course will be depending upon the subject to subject. You can look into it. And English communication and environmental science may be a compulsory paper for a science student. There are discipline specific like analytical methods, green chemistry, polymer chemistry, or industrial chemistry can be done. In the similar way, skill enhancement courses also can be taken with a 2 credit or a 4 credit, like pesticide chemistry, fuel chemistry, intellectual property right, business skills for chemists. So these are some of the things which you can look into it. Now I am coming to the idea behind of the NAAC about the certificate course, value-added courses, and add-on courses. A certificate course can be done by the college with the approval of their management, and it may not have the university approval. But this certificate, suppose certificate course on Punjabi speaking, certificate course on the Odia language, certificate course on the vermi composting. So you need not have an approval from the university, but the college can have, but the 30 contact hours should be there. What NAAC is looking for the DVV is, when you have started, who has approved that one, and how many students have admitted, whether you have made any brochure, what is their attendance, what are the classes, any online classes are there, whether your classes have been digitized, and how exactly the classes have been taken, what is the certificate has been given. So all type of the documentary evidence you have to provide for the NAAC. So hence digitization makes a lot of difference. Value added courses like banking, insurance, .NET, and these are some of the things which is commerce based, which is science based, or maybe arts based program. If you are having, you can take a value added courses. Add-on courses like TV production, industrial psychology, functional Hindi, health, fitness, and lifestyle management is also one of the things which a girl student can take up. Our idea is that whether it's a BA, BSc, or BCom, any student can take up the add-on courses. Law for engineers, or the microsensing, or the instrumentation, some of the things you can look into it. 1.3.1, which NAAC talks about in the curriculum enrichment, where that 30 weightage is there. out of the 30 weightage, it has been further divided into 10, 10, 10. So out of the 3 questions, one question is the quantitative and 2 questions are the quantitative. Now the average percentage of courses that include experiential learning, project work, field work, and internship is one of the things. Percentage of students undertaking the field project is another question. Now, I'll just give you one example of the key indicator curriculum enrichment. Now, 10 is the weightage. Now, on a 0 to 4 scale, if you are taken in a evaluation method on a peer assessment on a 0 to 4 scale, you have given the 2 mark, you will get the 20. If you have given the 4, you will get the 40. Now you will be wondering how 4 will be given, how 2 will be given. It is a judgment of the peer team. A team of the 3 experts will be looking about on that particular 1.3.1 number of the gender issues, that question. They will be looking into the 500 words, and based on the interactive session, then finally they will arrive what the mark should be given. 1.3.2, 1.3.3 is, these are the 2 metrics wherein the DPV has finalized a score. That is called the system generated score. In the system generated score, what happens is that there is a benchmark is fixed for the institution, particularly 1.3.2 and 1.3.3. Now, for example, if you have got 3, then you will get a 30. For example, your value comes into the benchmark. Next slide I will share with you. Then it will be, if it is 4, you will get the maximum. If it is minimum, you may get the 0 also. So what we suggest is that, just a second, sir. Sir, webinar and ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್. ಸರ್ 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 ಅಪ್ಪೀಲು ಪ್ರಿಯಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್ 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 ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. Sorry for the inconvenience. System generated score will come as part of the DVV classification. Once the DVV finalize the particular metric, then it gives automatically the value gets into the, either it is a 2 or it is a 3. So physically they will not be putting the mark, but based on the benchmark, it will be decided by the computer itself. Now, in this particular case, the mark distribution 30 weightage is there, and maximum one can get is the 120 mark, and in this particular metric, the institution has got 70 mark. In the teaching, learning and evaluation, student enrollment profile, cater student diversity, teaching learning process, teacher profile and quality, evaluation process and reforms, student performance and learning outcome, student satisfaction survey. So these are the 7 key indicators are there, and 350 weightage further has been divided into the 40, 50, 50, 60, 30, 60 and 60. And further this 40 has been divided into the 4 mark question, 5 mark question, 2 mark question, and also the 10 mark question. So depending upon the weightage of that particular the question, in the next slide I will share with you how the NAAC has been redesigned with the qualitative and the quantitative metric. And student to full-time teacher ratio. Now, student-centric methods such as experiential learning with participative learning, problem-solving methodologies, ICT-enabled tool for effective teaching learning process, ratio of mentor to student, average percentage of full-time teachers against a sanctioned post, full-time teachers with a PhD, program and the course outcome for all program, attainment of the program outcome and the course outcome, average pass percentage of the student, and then online student satisfaction survey. These are all some questions which are quantitative as well as the qualitative, will be evaluated by the NAAC. There is nothing permanent except the change. So change is the order of the day. Now परिवर्तन केवल निरंतर होना चाहिए, and distance may be there in the classroom, not only learning. आविष्कार हो, अन्वेषण हो, नवाचार हो, the finally a student will come with the new idea. Learning should be there in work, brainstorming, group learning. These are some of the things which will be done by the colleges at every stage. Now, industry institution interaction, on-job training, hands-on experience, regular review by the journals and teachers, which will be done. Flip to or Moodles, MOOCs, and various software also available for you to learn some of the subjects. Benjamin Bloom, as long back has said, education should focus on the mastery of the subject. You may be the subject master of a chemistry, botany, or zoology, or maybe the microbiology, biochemistry, or maybe the political science and history. What I look forward from the perspective of the teacher is that you also need to know about the accreditation taxonomy. That means how accreditation has been done, and it will help. That is the reason today Dr. Bhavesh Patel ji thought that let us have one webinar so that we will be able to understand in a better manner. The Master of Commerce, for example, in the business statistics, you need to bring out the course learning outcomes also. Now, Master of Business Statistics course learning outcomes may have lecture session, classroom discussion, classroom participation, assignment, individual, group work, mid-semester examination, end semester examination, and these are some of the things will be done by the NAAC for understanding of the colleges. I have brought out one or two things in front of you so that you also will prepare the course learning outcome, program learning outcome. It will enable you also as well as your faculty member and also the student also. I look forward the institution in a 3C model: conduct of classes, creation of content, connect with the student. These are some of the things which you can look into. What is the conduct of the classes? You need to conduct either chalk and talk method, or maybe the electronic classes, or maybe the webinar also. So how you will conduct that classes is more important. Creation of the content is more important. Whether it's a PowerPoint presentation, whether it is a chalk and talk method, whether it is a graphical representation will be there. You need to create your content better. Connect with the student, whether it is a online, whether it is a face-to-face, you need to connect. Or in the face-to-face also, eye-to-eye contact is also more important. How what are happening, you need to look into it. I also look forward the institution in another angle, which is called as the competition will be there with the two institutions. But it is not only the competition. Competition will be there everywhere. If you have to recruit somebody, the competition will be there. But the competition which should also go with the cooperation model. And how you will be value education can be done with a cooperative method, which you can look into it. And also need to collaborate. Suppose there is a research lab. Now, let us say there is a National Aeronautical Laboratory is there. Now, government of India will be looking about the various aviation things. Now, VP Science College will come with a new idea about some of the aviation models and the what to call supportive system in the microbiology, biotechnology, or maybe the engineering background. Now, this collaborator will help to come to a higher level. Now, just to give you an example in the second criteria, in one of the criteria, how exactly it happens. 2.3.1, 2.3.2, these two matrices are the peer assessment. That means if the team has given you the two mark or a 3 mark 20 thing, the distribution has got the 115 and the mark distribution is the 50 is the weightage. Maximum may 100 and total is 115. And as I was sharing with you in the 0 to 4 scale, this will be validated. Now the peer assessment will be done by the team. What you call on-site team. Now 1.3, 1.3, these two matrices are based on the benchmark. Suppose average percentage of the courses having the include the experiential learning. So there is a percentage has been put from the 0 to 4 scale. So accordingly, the benchmark has been placed for all the quantitative metrics. Either it is a number or a percentage. Accordingly, whatever the type of the question, the same has been done. For example, just to give you average percentage of full-time teachers. In this question, the response by the college is 46.47. Now, how you will calculate? Total number of a faculty member are 122 or 121, like that. The every 5-year data has been given. Now, number of full-time teachers are out of that one is a 52, 53, 56, 59 and 66. The percentage will be calculated as per this type of the matrix. Now, percentage of the full-time teachers with a PhD during the last 5 years comes with the 46.47 percentage. मैं ऐसा सोचता हूँ उनके लिए सवेरे नहीं होते जो जिंदगी में कुछ भी पाने की उम्मीद छोड़ चुके हैं। उजाला तो उनका होता है जो बार बार हारने के बाद कुछ पाने की उम्मीद रखते हैं। आप भी उम्मीद रखिए so that you will come to a higher level. Resource mobilization for research, innovation ecosystem, research publication and awards, extension activity and collaboration. These are some of the things for the UG and PG colleges are there. Now, coming to the what NAAC is looking, grants for the research, how much grant you have got, percentage of department having research, number of economic ecosystem for the institution which has been created for the innovations is only for PG college. This question is applicable. Number of workshop seminars conducted on IPR, number of seminars conference attended and conducted, and number of papers written and books, chapters, extension activities, neighborhood community, and paper published by a per teacher is also more important. What NAAC is looking is that one, innovations ecosystem. In the innovation, think differently, act positively. So in the group, everybody may be having a black, umbrella. You may be having the yellow. So it makes a lot of difference. How to differ from the others and how you have to be unique, it depends upon you for thinking process. Atal Innovations Mission is available in the Government of India as per the NIAC. You can look into it. Students participating in extension activities, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, number of extension outreach program, number of awards, recognitions, number of linkages, number of functional MOUs with the national and international universities, industries, corporate houses. You can look into it. And the national innovation context, every year the Government of India is celebrating and conducting. You can participate there. Government of India, MHRD is also having the innovation cell under the MHRD. You can look into it. What NAAC and the Government of India would like to look forward in the coming few years is that one, India should be one of the country to propagate innovations in ecosystem along with the incubations and the startups. The MHRD has got the innovation cell. You can look into the Made in India program, Make in India program, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Digital India program, Startup India program, Stand Up India program, and Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, and many programs are there. There is another program called the Ek Bharat, Shresth Bharat program recently has been designed by the government so that two states can have linkages. Where there is a will, there is a way. So institutions may have some of the innovations ecosystem in them, and institution also can have various technological intervention. Just small slide which I would like to share with that. If a local person can think differently, having a solar cell on his small moped, why can't our teachers also think some innovations in the either it is a social science or a science, but they can think differently so that we can come to at a higher level. In the third criteria, most of the questions are in a quantitative. In one of the key indicator, resource mobilization for research, 3.1.1, 3.1.2, 3.1.3, and these are all system generated scores are there. Now calculations will be done based on the benchmark which NAAC has been designed. It is a confidential document, it's not an open document, hence the institution may make their own assessment. Infrastructure and learning resources, there is 100 weightage is there. Physical facilities, libraries, learning resources, IT infrastructure, maintenance of the campus and infrastructure is there. Campus is more important. You may have something called less infrastructure also. Obstacles always will be there for the winners, but excuses are there for the losers, but excuses are not there for the winners. That's what the ME Kerr has said. The ICT enabled facilities, the ILMS facilities, Shodh Sindhu, Shodh Ganga, e-books, databases, and annual expenditure purchase of books, and student and computer ratio, IT facilities for including Wi-Fi. I request the librarian to look into the more focused on the infrastructure and learning resources, and also the facility enabled services for the librarians. A library is the delivery room for the birth of ideas, a place where a history come to life. That's what the Norman Cousins has said. Maintenance of the campus, institutional dynamic, institutional website also can be looked into. Student support and progression, student support, student progression, student participation, alumni engagement can be taken up. PG scholarship, AICT and UGC will be having various schemes for the student scholarship. Also free ship can be provided. Remedial coaching, yoga and meditation, placement for outgoing student is another thing. Sometimes you need to look for a life from the different perspective. The perspective from the different angle, it may be student or it may be placement agency or a principal or a maybe think differently. So you need to appreciate other persons views also. Student council representation, alumni association, alumni contribution is more important. The philanthropically, if somebody wanted to donate something, you can look forward that one. Alumni association is more important. That's what I feel, that the institution can look into the various things. Institutional vision and leadership, strategic development and deployment, faculty empowerment strategies, financial management and resource mobilization, internal quality assurance systems. So these are the 5 key indicators are there. Now, a great leader possesses a clear vision, is a courageous, has an integrity, honesty and humility and a clear focus. Perspective plan, strategic plan, e-governance, effective various bodies, financial support to attend the conferences, faculty development programs, orientation program, refresher courses, short-term courses, internal and external financial audit is more important. For me, the IQAC is physically fit, mentally alert should be the slogan. Whether it is a Bhastrika, Pranayama or a yoga which you will be doing for the benefit of the body, mind and the soul. Now, suppose if I will just share you one idea. If suppose if VP Science College states that at the 12 o'clock every day to 12:05, there will be small silence will be there in the college. Now, what will be the science speaks? Science silence speaks is about the unearly learning or unearthing or keeping the mind and the soul in a keep and a cool. 5 minutes you will close your eyes and think about what you have done and what you have to do for the day. Now, this type of the practices has been done in some colleges and some schools, which has made a positive impact in the mind and the body and the working nature in the institution. What I would like to share with you is that some of the new thought breaking ideas which can bring some changes in the institution also. Benefits for the walking or a jogging or a gym may help in improving the physical health of the human being. In the similar way, IQAC can create that type of the improvement of the health in the institution. IQAC may create a small icon for them or a logo for the benefit of the colleges. And in the governance leadership, institutional strategies, learning outcomes, academic and administrative audit, incremental growth, agenda deliberation can be done. What I feel is that institution may create a small cell in internal quality assurance cell also, and a small room may be created for the benefit of the faculty member or the coordinator. I look forward to the one nation, one data, which government is thinking to implement. I feel that one institution, one data should be there. Whenever you look for the one institution means that everybody should talk about that data only, and it should not change from person to person. The data cannot be changed. So that is what I look forward for a one institution, one data. I decided thought to share with you that today that one OID should be the one which you can look forward. One institutional data you can think about it. IQAC is nothing but the devotion and the commitment which the people will be looking forward for the improvement of the colleges also. IQAC can have sustenance through the quality inculcation as a motto. They can look into it, and I and you can create we, and that will be the internal quality assurance cell. आंतरिक गुणवत्ता आश्वासन सेल आप एक अच्छा सेल क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, and this will be having a continuous internal churning process which can happen. Good documentation practices is required. Clear, precise, and accurate and legible should be there. IQAC newsletter can be done, and institution may bring out IQAC newsletter also. HEI may bring out the pre-admission, admission, enrollment, attendance, classroom management, financial management, curriculum planning, curriculum implementation, examination system, choice-based credit system, graduate attributes, audits, and alumni. There are so many things which you can make an e-governance as. What I look from the institution is that GDP means good documentation practice. If you have not done a documentation of an activity means that you have not done it. It may be flyer, it may be video of a webinar. You need to create your own documentation process, and criteria 1 to 7, you can create your own files. IQAC may bring out some of the functional things. Resources versus the reputation is more important. If the VP Science College has got the good reputation, and it creates to the more resources also. Faculty will be looking for the more project that will create a new ambience in the colleges also. New notification is also available, and revised guideline already has put on the NAAC website already. In the institutional values and best practices, institutional values and social responsibilities, best practices and institutional distinctiveness. Now, renewable energy, rainwater harvesting, green initiative, and quality audits on the environmental audit, energy audit, and also the gender audit can be taken up. Green audit can be done by the institution for the organization, process, and project and products also. If you are having a big campus, you can make a sewage treatment plant also. in one of the college they were talking about the gender audit, and the gender audit will tell you about how institution has done for the improvement. And gender sensitive is also the another thing which you can look into it. And the college has made a lot of initiative about the gender sensitive. It may be parking, or it is a study room, it is a ladies room, or a drinking water, or a ramp, or it may be CCTV, or a notice board, or an SMS alert, or it may be a unique ID number, or a central library, or a sports facilities, or a yoga, or a anything which you the sanitary napkin vending machine also. So these are some of the things which the initiative of the colleges which has made. So Shivaji University is having a course on the UGC recognized gender sensitization also. The University of Kerala is having the environmental and green audit, which you can look into it. And various things can be done for the benefit of the Divyangjan friendly campuses. It may be physical facilities, it may be ramp, or it may be braille, or engagement with the contribute to the local community, code of conduct of the handbook on national identities, or it may be the state the best practices of the colleges also. And two distinctiveness and two practices can be highlighted in the self-read report also. Quality cannot be assured in a regulated process without a good documentation practice. Optional matrices are there for the criteria 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. And criteria 1 to 7, and these matrices are not having the optional matrix, and only 3, 4, 5, 6 having the optional matrix. Maximum 30 weightage will be there. So this is how the software has been developed by the NAAC. When you submit the study report, it looks like this way in the computer. So you need to feed the data in the computer. मैं ऐसा सोचता हूँ keep on doing the good things so that you will be having a better place. Now I'll just share with you some of the things about the DVV process. The DVV process is nothing but data validation and verification process. Now the data validation and verification process I'm just sharing with the new slide. Just wait for a second. Nikunj ji, Nikunj sir?
Yes, sir.
Whether it is visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Whether,
Yes, sir.
Whether the slide changing is going on?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, it is fine.
I will take another 10 to 15 minutes maximum just to share with you the nitty-gritties of the data validation and verification. As you see in the the what to call slide, which talks about the different colors, but in the data also it will be there in a different colors in the institution. It may be the teaching learning process on the ICT enabled service, or it may be the student admission, or it may be placement, it may be student support and progression, or it may be placement, or it may be the green initiative by the institution also. Various data will be asked by the NAAC to validate. While validating the data, NAAC looks for an authenticated data. My sincere advice to the institution is that if you hype the data also, or if you increase the data also, you may not be able to give the supportive document. When you could not give the supportive document, the NAAC automatically, the DVV will reduce the what to call weightage depending upon the document has been given by the institution. Instead of that one, honest representation may make a good verification process easy, and it will enhance the credibility and also the transparency level. You have given the link. In the link, you have to provide the documentary evidence, whatever you are claiming. You said that 4 MOUs are there. Now, 4 MOUs scanned copy has to be uploaded in the institutional, or if it is the 5 MB below, you can upload the document. Both is the verification process. Resources like you site also and verified by the DVV partner. Now, extended profile contains all the data pertaining to the denominations for the formulas, so that it used for the calculation purpose for the quantitative metric. Suppose, for example, total number of programs, total number of students, total number of academic programs are there, and the institution level. There are various things in the extended profile. It has been asked, which I already shared with you. This is how the extended profile is available in the similar way. It will be software. Now, number of so for example, you are having the number of full-time teachers year-wise during the last. Now, full-time teacher which stock sheet, where in the Excel sheet and upload in NAAC self-study report submission. Follow the data templates. Templates are the data intensive in nature, and the format of the template need to be adhered. Deviation from the lead to the devastation of the process. Suppose if you delete some of the column in the data template, what will happen? Equal to or any column from the submission. So you need to provide the data whichever the NAAC has asked the data template, and do not tamper the templates. So data templates are the extensive in nature, which are for all quantitative metrics. There is a data template has been made. So in the prescribed format only, the Excel sheet you need to provide. No column should be edited or deleted. You don't edit or delete some of the questions which NAAC has asked. Predetermined column headings, because it goes to the all institution in a one platform, it will be evaluated. That is the reason. Do not delete any column from the data template. Provide a complete details related to the metrics. If you have known the fractions figures are there, that you can provide. For example, full-time teachers presently working in the institution, email ID, gender, designation, date of joining, number of sanction posts during the last 5 years, you have to provide. What the DVV does? DVV does raising the queries once you submit the self-study report to the NAAC. The DVV may raise extended profile questions in the extended profile only, wherever more understanding in the data and the initial data verification is not correct. Whatever the submission of the data is not correct or an ambiguity is there only the question will be raised by the DVV partners metrics wise. It's not one time only they will raise you the question, so that they will look into the holistically about the institution wise. Raise queries only with the suggesting different input, but sought for an additional supporting documents and information for accepting the HEI input. SSR clarification is required in the portal, in the institutional portal. NAAC may not call you every time that you have a clarification. During the DVV process, it is your duty or the HEI duty to look into every day. As we are checking emails every day, you need to cross-check your institutional SSR DVV clarification or an infinite input or review. Like that, you will be able to make your clarification through the portal only. You can ask any question to the NAAC. Suppose if you look into the last but one or two, you can look into the support help desk is there. So you can ask any question to the NAAC by asking a question. The NAAC will reply within 24 to 48 hours. The reply will be there. Now, this is how the DVV clarification process. Now, the extended profile, there is a 1.1.1 number of program offered by the year-wise during the last 5 years. So 5-year data will be then. Suppose if you are going for the 2020. Now, previous 5-year data has to be given. That means 1920, 1819, 1718, 1617 and 1516. From 1516 to the 1920, you have to give the data. Now, up to the December 31st, you can provide the data. As per the new notification from the NAAC, it has been suggested that the institution which are going for the accreditation may provide the data till 31st December 2020. Now, affected metrics will come. Suppose if it is a number of students year wise in 2.1, there are 2.2 to 5.12, 1.3.3, 3.6.4. There are various metrics may be affected. Because of that metrics, you are not given the proper data. Now, findings of the DVB will be there in the third column, and response from the HEI. One-time clarification will be sought by the DVB partner. They will not ask you again and again the question. Only one time the clarification will be done, and then it will be forwarded to the NAAC. Standard operating procedures are there. If you look into all the quantitative metrics, there is a standard operating procedures are there for better clarity on what kind of the relevant supporting documents to be uploaded in the DVB queries. These documents are only suggestive. If the input is more, the document may be provided for a small random selection of the data sought by the DVB partner. So this will be done through the pro rata basis. Pro rata in the sense, suppose if you are not given the document properly in the after the first clarification also, then only the NAAC will be going for the pro rata basis. Now, standard operating procedures are available for the qualitative metric, quantitative metric only, and extended profile also. Standard operating procedures are there. For qualitative metric, there is no standard operating procedure has not been decided by the designed by the NAAC. Now, this type of the things is available in the NAAC website also. So, what you need to do is, while writing to the NAAC, you need to be precise and also clarify what has been asked by the DVB partner. What are the supporting documents? Should be supportive than confusing. For example, if you have been asked that 52 faculty members are having the PhD, you have given only the 48 people the PhD certificate. Now, 4 certificate you are not given. The institution may be asked a supportive document to place before the DVB. Now, huge document, how to call out the information. Now, suppose if you are having a small thing, some faculty member have been taken the going for the conference and the workshop. They have been given the financial help. Now, in the budgetary and also in the final account, you have to highlight those figures and provide the details in the page number wise also, so that it will facilitate better for the validation purpose. Kindly upload the relevant document in the relevant place. Maximum 5 MB space has been given to upload the document. 2 things you can do. One is upload in the NAAC SSR wherever the space is available. If it is more space, suppose annual report you would like to upload and it may be having 22 MB, it may not take. So kindly upload in your institutional website and provide a link to the NAAC. Within 15 days, all type of the clarification and the queries will be coming. Submit the DVB clarification on the portal only. You don't call anybody or anything. You have to submit the documentary evidence through the portal only. No extension of the timeline will not be given. Only in case of the natural calamities, political disturbances, or the COVID-19 situation like that, we will be giving some extension. No second level clarification will not come from the NAAC. Inputs for the responses for all those matrices, extended profile questions where there is a questions have been raised, will be updated and finalized by the DVB partner once you give the clarification to the NAAC. After DVB process, a deviation report analysis will be done, generated by the NAAC, and it will be available to the institution also. Extended profile deviation, metric level deviation, both will be given to the institution also. File size should not font size should not exceed more than the 5 MB space in a particular metric. Provide the URL or the link instead of generic website. Sometimes what happens, we have seen many institutions are talking about, they are just giving the website address, but they are putting the document in somewhere. That address they should give, so that once you just click that the web link, it should go directly to that one. Suppose placement, suppose extension program, suppose it is number of scholarship provided. So those details need to be provided a direct link that need to be given. Password protection should not be there. External cloud services like Google Drive, Amazon, this should not be used, and put your institutional website. There should be no communication between the HAI and the DVV partner. We does not entertain any communication between the DVV partner and the HAI. If you have any clarification to be sought, you can ask the question to the NAAC through the help desk. Response to the deviations. Truthful representation is important. Truth always wins. So more than the penalty, it is about the winning or losing and the trust of the NAAC. Many institutions gives a wrong data, and also some of the data which may not be able to comprehend properly, or it may be not the data of the institution itself. So simply they are uploading some of the documents which may not be having the relevance in that particular metric also. So NAAC will not be able to take up such data for the validation purpose. Change after the clarification. Suppose average percentage of the courses having a focus on employment, entrepreneurship and skill development. This is one of the course. Now, initially they have said 1145 as the what to call recommended, and then when you look into the various things, it has come to the clarification stage, and finally the HEI is also agreed for that change of the figures, and it will be changed after the clarification. No answer change. HEI input is also the same, and the whatever the DVV has also suggested the same, so that it will be taken into consideration. Suppose completion status of the UG degree program, that means for the pass percentage, the thing which you can look into it, and there is no change the value given by the DVV as well as the institution. DVV suggestion is recommended. Sometimes what happens, institution knowingly or unknowingly they will make all type of the what to call document will be given. Now the DVV will suggest some of the documentary evidences which need to be provided after they have been done, and the DVV will suggest that look here, you have not given the document here, but you have given the document here, so we will consider here. They have to tell only in the portal only. The institution need not to call anybody. Institution need to respond in the portal only, so that all clarification will be done through the portal only. Higher education clarification is accepted. For example, if the DVV asks some suggested input will be there, still the institution has suggested no, that is not correct and this is the correct, and they will one time the clarification they will give. Suppose for example average percentage of expenditure on infrastructure. So this metric, the recommendation will be done as per the institutional thing, and it will be taken into. What we need the institution to provide is that kindly take that photograph, and below can be certified by the higher education institution head, or the report may be uploaded for the benefit to just to look into. You can look into the glossary and understanding of the metrics, and non-compliance, if it is there, within 15 days it will be communicated. It will be shown the institution also. What is the pre-qualification? Pre-qualification will be done on the based on the metrics. There are 62% of the metrics which are quantitative in nature, which can be taken into consideration. After that quantitative metric, 25% they have to pass. Then only they will be pre-qualified for the second level fees and also the on-site visit. Now, at this stage, the institution has to pay second level fee as well as the logistic fee to be paid to the NAAC. Encourage the institution to look into the NAAC website, prepare well in advance the self-study report, prepare the template, provide the correct document, read and understand the glossaries and abbreviations in the NAAC manual, and every metric is need to be supported by the proper documentation. The student satisfaction survey will be conducted at the national level, and online survey will be conducted by the NAAC. And in the teaching, learning and evaluation for affiliated colleges, there is a 60 weightage is there. That means 60 into 4, that means maximum 4, if you may get the 240 mark. So many students have given a proper judgment to the institution also. Initially, it will be sent to the 30% of the email IDs of the student, and if the response is not 10% also, or the 100 student also not responded, the coordinator may raise an issue, and NAAC will send it to the rest of the 70%. It will be sent. Then random sampling will be done from the submitted data. Now, questionnaire will be of 21 question will be there. 20 are objective, 1 is subjective. Now, in the Likert scale of the 0 to 4 scale, it will be validated through the online. There are questions which focuses on the overall approach of the faculty and HA also, and also the teaching skill has been asked by the NAAC. You can look into it and you can download the same question also. Online fee should be paid and the probable visit date should be given in the portal only. Most of the things, 95% of the things have been computerized by the NAAC for all the type of the, including the result declaration also. In the logistic information, what we suggest is nearest airport, 3 nearest hotel, and institution location with a small map. We can send it to the NAAC in the portal only. And logistic of the peer team members will be taken care by the NAAC, and institutions are instructed not to change any logistic arrangement done by the NAAC. Sometimes what happens is that institution will change the hotel, institution will do different type of the things. It should not be done by the institution. Whatever NAAC has given the hotel and the accommodation, there only the team members should stay. Local transportation by the institution, food during the peer team in the institution may be taken care by the host institution. What the team will do during whatever the stay are there, those stays will be taken care by the NAAC. Remuneration will be paid NAAC directly to the members. There is no need to pay any honorarium to the peer team members. And in the university, there are 3 to 5 days will be there. For a college, it will be only 2 days will be there, and a 3-member committee will be visiting for the institution. Visiting team will be looking into the 50% of the department and the facilities. Suppose if you are having the 32 departments in a college, now all 32 department is impossible to visit in the 2 days program. What the NAAC will do is 50% of the department will be coming to 16. Out of the 16, 8 will be decided by the institution and 8 will be decided by the peer team members, so that they will look into the various things. Sharing of the draft peer team report with the head of the institution will be done on the second day evening, and finalization of the report and the exit meeting will be conducted. During the exit meeting, head of the institution, 3 members will be there, NAAC officer if is there, or an observer, and IQAC director or coordinator will be there on the, and sharing the experience will be done by the head of the institution and also the peer team member, and concluding remarks will be done, and institution score and the report will be uploaded in the NAAC website or the online portal. Results are announced by the soon after the standing committee, and usually standing committee held once in a month and twice in a month also we are conducting. Institution can expect results to be declared within the month from the date of completion of the PTV. This is the final grade sheet which NAAC grading is there at present. 1.51 to 2 it will be C, then 2.1 to 250 is a B. Like that it will be done. Now, coming to the peer team report and the graphical representation and the quantitative and qualitative metric, I'll just take a 2 minutes from you just to share with a graphical representation. Comparison on the quantitative versus qualitative is also will be given to you, so that you will be able to know that where we have scored high, where you have scored low. Now, LPKI means low performance key indicators. HPKI means high performance indicator. Now, blue color will show that this is high performance indicator. For example, if you see research publications outcome 1.1.1.3 has been given, so that metrics wise or the key indicator wise, you will be able to see that how institution has been performed. Distribution of the performance indicators will be there, and high performance indicators means 3.01 to 4 will be there, and average percentage performance indicator will be 2.01 to 3, and this is the graphical representation. No one can take up this type of the things. Only institution having a password, then only you will be able to see. Only in the portal you will be able to see through the institution portal only. And distribution of the low performance key indicators like 0 to 2 scale, you also will be able to see here. Alumni engagement, resource mobilization, or research publications, these are all the things they must have got some low performance. And finally, the institutional grade will be declared by the NAAC. That is a cumulative score of the each key indicator, and the overall CGPA also will be given to the institution. SSR, AOD, and certificate will be displayed on the institutional website. This is one of the institution, what to call grade, which has been declared by the NAAC, which is available in through their portal. Now, after the accreditation, there is an appeal is there. If an institution, aggrieved institution, need to submit a letter to the NAAC for the appeal within 15 days. And NAAC will withhold those institution details. Reassessment for grade improvement will be done after 1 year and before 3 years of the accreditation validity period. AQAR, submission of AQAR for every academic year without fail, and need to submit to the NAAC regularly. Now, finally, just to share with the recapping of the timeline, IIQA within 15 days, SSR within 45 days, DVV process will be done within 30 days, PTV will be completed within 30 to 60 days, and announcement of the result within 30 days will be done. And if you have any question, you can ask the support help desk to the NAAC through the portal only. मैं अंत में ये बताना चाहता हूँ, उम्र थका नहीं सकती, ठोकर गिर नहीं सकती, अगर जीतने का जिद हो तो परिस्थितियां हरा नहीं सकती. Keep on doing the good things and success will be in your doorstep. हरिवंश राय बच्चन जी ने एक अच्छा हिंदी का एक कविताकार है, उन्होंने ऐसा बताया है, लहरन से डरकर नौका पार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों को हार नहीं होती. असफलता एक चुनौती है, इसे स्वीकार करो, क्या कमी रह गई है देखो और सुधार करो. जब तक न सफल हो नींद चैन को त्यागो तुम, संघर्ष का मैदान छोड़ मत भागो तुम. कुछ किए बिना जय जयकार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों को हार नहीं होती. मैं ऐसा सोचता हूँ, आप सभी लोग कोशिश करिए, so that you will be able to come to a higher level. मैं आपको सभी को धन्यवाद देता हूँ, साधुवाद देता हूँ और आभार प्रकट करता हूँ. धन्यवाद. Over to the host.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ganesh Hegde. That was indeed a very informative and comprehensive session that you conducted, and I'm sure the participants must have found it useful. And if there are any questions, we'll just put them to you. Please give me a second, sir.
Sir.
There is a question which says which type of courses can be considered as value-added courses.
As I shared with you already, sir, value added courses are the adds value to the program. Suppose if it is a you are having a BCom. Now BCom taxation is one of the subject which you will be having what to call as a value added courses. Another thing is that suppose if you have the BA courses are there. In the BA courses also you can have some of the certified course on the GST or certified course on the taxation, certified course on the digital marketing. So some of the courses can be done for the students for the benefit also. So here is the thing is that add on value added courses means adds a value to the program. That is how NAAC is looking.
Thank you, sir. Uh, there's no other question as yet, but we found presentation, and we all found it extremely useful. And with your key inputs, with the inspiring quotes and poems, we will assure you, sir, on behalf of all the participants, that we will keep striving for excellence. Thank you, sir.
There is one more question appeared.
Yes, sir.
That whether IQAC formation is required for entering for the first cycle or it is required after second subsequent cycle.
सर IQAC is required for the first cycle है ना. जैसा एग्जामिनेशन लेने का पहले क्लास का अटेंड का जरूरत है क्या? क्लास का अटेंड जरूरत है if you wanted to go for examination. Like that way, the IQAC is very important for the first cycle. But AQAR, that is called Annual Quality Assurance Report submission, is not mandatory for the first cycle. फर्स्ट साइकिल होने का बाद ही आपका एक अकाउंट है NAAC में खुल जाएगा. So you can submit annual quality assurance report only after the first cycle. IQAC is more important because in the sixth criteria 6.5.1 there is a question is there for whether the IQAC is there or not in the college, how they have made an incremental growth, what are the activities undertaken, whether the what to call academic administrative audit has been done or not. So these are some of the questions are there because the IQAC is required to give the quality touch for the institutional outcome.
I think fine. I think no more questions are there.
गुर्जर साहब अनम्यूट में हैं.
So there's one more question. There's a question from an IQAC team. In a NAAC team, there are 3 members generally. Does it also include an observer when the team observe when it comes to the college?
Sir, sometimes the director will have an option to put an observer to the either a college or a university. So it is a director prerogative to put all colleges. We may not be putting the observer. In some cases, an observer will be there.
Okay. So it is not mandatory, right, sir?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
आपका कोई प्रश्न है?
नहीं सर. नहीं सर. Thank you so much, sir.
गुर्जर वासियों को नमन करता हूँ.
थैंक यू सर, और हमारी तरफ से भी प्रणाम सर आपको.
Thank you for IQAC and behalf of our principal sir and the entire CVM and VP Science College.
आपका कोई प्रश्न है? धन्यवाद.
कोई सवाल आया सर अभी?
नहीं सर, अभी आया है एक अभी.
If a college is a constituent college of a newly established university.
Okay.
After how many years can it go for accreditation?
In if they become a university, they have to come as a university. You know? As a college, they cannot come for a assessment
Okay.
because basically it is a department of a university. You know? Now, after the 5.5 or 6 years standing, now to come, the institution may come around a 7th year onwards. At least 5 batches will have a
उनको
proper
presentation start करेंगे.
data understanding will be. जी मैं एक AQAR है जो सेकंड एंड सर्च में है उनके निवेदन करना चाहता हूँ. जो AQAR वो 1920 में पुराना फॉर्मेट 2020 जनवरी में नया फॉर्मेट लेके आया है. उसका मुताबिक हमने नया AQAR फॉर्मेट बनाया. उस नया AQAR फॉर्मेट में all questions which are there in the self-study report, it is there, and we have made an Excel sheet. We have made what to call the templates also, so that every year if they make 5 AQAR regularly, and the coordinator job should be easy. Otherwise क्या होता है, कॉलेज में प्रिंसिपल बदल जाएगा, IQAC कोऑर्डिनेटर बदल जाएगा, मैनेजमेंट बदल जाएगा, देन फारा जो एक्रेडिटेशन जाने के लिए बहुत दिक्कत होता है कॉलेज में. एंड एवरी टाइम दे सर्च फॉर डिग द क्या होता है, कॉलेज ने दिसंबर 31 तक तो सबमिट नहीं किया है और अभी करना चाहते हैं क्योंकि अभी फरवरी में ज़्यादातर से कॉलेज वगैरह ऑन है. नाउ अप टू 31 मई 2020-21 तक हमने टाइम दिया है, सो दैट द इंस्टीट्यूशन कैन सबमिट द प्रीवियस AQR, दैट मीन्स 1920, 18-19, 17-18, 15-16 से लेकर 1920 तक they can submit the AQR to the NAAC, so that the quality improvement will be there in the colleges by submitting the annual quality assurance report.
अरे इसमें वो लिंक ओपन कीजिए वापस, आप निकल गए हो.
चारुदत्त जी,
आप एग्जिट हो जाइए.
निकुंज भाई, चारुदा जी,
सर अब आप बोलिए गुर्जर सर.
Sorry, there was a connection loss at our end, hence the glitch.
sir.
There are no more questions, I believe. So once again, thank you very much, sir, for your time, patience, and your in-depth knowledge about the topic. Thank you very much, sir.
thank you very much.
धन्यवाद.
Our next speaker for the plenary is our principal, Dr. Bhavesh Patel of VP Science College, Vallabh Vidyanagar. Friends, I must tell you here that under his stewardship, the college has attained new heights. He himself is a NAAC assessor and also a AAA assessor, and he has assessed more than 25 colleges for NAAC and more than 40 colleges for AAA. And we have been re-accredited A under his captainship. He has a deep knowledge about the processes that go for NAAC. He has authored more than 50 publications in national and international journals of repute. Today, he will talk about challenges of the new accreditation methodology. Sir,
Am I visible
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
and audible also, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
It's indeed great pleasure. हेगड़े साहब के बाद बोलना बहुत मुश्किल है बिकॉज हेगड़े साहब ने जितना भी डिटेल डेप्थ में कवर किया है and he is the right person also because he is I think almost from the inception of NAAC associated with the NAAC office. So almost सारे process जितना भी changes right from beginning 92 94 जब से भी NAAC establish हुआ है think तब से हेगड़े साहब उसमें associated है. So he knows incremental changes क्या हुए and he is instrumental in making the policies and all the other things. So really a tough task for me uh, now to deliver, but then I'll try. But before that, before I start my presentation, I would first of all like to thank few of the people, particularly my management, who has been always supportive, particularly our own president of Charutar Vidya Mandal, Sri Prashit Bhai, our own chairman, engineer Bhinku Bhai Patel, vice president Manish Bhai, Sri R.C. Talati Sahib, who has addressed you in the morning, Sri Mehul Bhai, Vishal Bhai, Bhupendra Bhai. These are all the guides and they are always there in support of the institution. And let me say that it is only their support that makes us easy to work for the day-to-day work as well as for the special work like NAAC assessment, accreditation, and other processes. Similarly, at this point of time, I must say my IQAC team, which is a very strong and has a strong leadership provided by Dr. Nikunj Bhatt, who is now coordinator for more than 8-9 years. Charudarji, who is always associated with Nikunj Bhai, the entire computer team, Nautej, Ashish, Ram, and the entire team of this webinar who has put an enormous effort in making this event successful. Must also be thankful to the participants because they have put faith in us and register for this particular event. So with that small thank you note from the principal's desk, I must start. In the morning itself, I know the Dr. R.C. Talati must have introduced about the CVM, the Charutar Vidya Mandal. I hope by now you all come to know Charutar Vidya Mandal in this region, particularly the Anand district, which is a milk city. Charutar Vidya Mandal was established long back, around 75 years almost now, and has a 50 education institution in the area of this 5-kilometer diameter. So this is something exceptional. And among these institutions, many of the institutions are NAAC accredited and particularly got A grade in NAAC for continuously 2-3 cycles. So that's a really great thing for us. Of the Charutar Vidya Mandal, the VP and RPTP Science College, to which I belong, and I'm leading now this college since last 9 years. This college was the first in the university to go for the accreditation. And in the very first cycle, it was B++, but then it was all A grade, which we received in the last two cycles, that is second cycle and the third cycle. Not only that, in addition to the NAAC accreditation, we continuously strive hard for accreditation by other agencies, particularly the state agencies, that is triple A. We call it as Accreditation and this Assessment Council of State Government, which is governed by KCG, the Knowledge Consortium of Gujarat. And happy to share again that we have got A plus in triple A process last year. In addition, the college's CPE status has got CPE status twice. So that's again another feather in the cap. So many such achievements, may be the NIRF, may be the GSIRF, may be the Best Science College Award of the state government, and so on and so forth. So that's what about the CVM and the VP Science College all about. Now, let me focus on today's discussion, that is my presentation part. Uh, as I told you, it is really difficult after the presentation of Dr. Ganesh Hegde to say anything, because he has already covered almost everything pertaining to the accreditation portion or accreditation process, and particularly the DVV process. So definitely, I am not going to cover any more about the DVV and its process. But then my entire presentation, I will try to discuss about what all are the differences between the old processes and the existing, the new revised accreditation framework. The process itself I'll discuss in between, and at the same time, importantly, we will discuss the ground level difficulty. We'll discuss about our experience in accreditation and what all are the challenges for the higher education institutions. So that's what I'll cover all about. I'll take another 30-40 minutes from now, and we'll discuss all the things. If any of the audience have any question, they can put it into our WhatsApp group. End of the day, we may consider those questions. We may try to discuss and answer those questions. Just a minute, I'll just share now my presentation.
मैं भी हॉटस्पॉट करूँ सर? यहाँ से नहीं सर को पहले बोलो सर ज्वाइन हो. हाँ नेट આવે જ છે.
पावर तुम्हारे तो जा रहा है ना सर पे. चलो इसको जियो जो सर जियो डाल दिया. पासवर्ड वाली कर आनंद हो गया. हाँ आनंद 8592 पासवर्ड आनंद 8592.
क्या है एनहांसर? सर को बोलो गूगल मीट में ज्वाइन करो.
Hello. Sorry for the interruption. It was again some technical issues, net issue was there. But anyway, as I was talking about my presentation now, which mainly covers three different things. One, what exactly are the differences between old and new processes? Number two, the process itself, and number three, uh, which is I think important, that what was our experience as a NAAC accreditation we did just recently in the new accreditation framework, and what all are the challenges before the higher education institution that I'll cover in between. So let me start. I'll take another 30 minutes now, not more than that, to cover all this. A few of the slides are of repetitive nature, as which was already discussed by Dr. Hegde. So I will skip those slides in between. Uh, First of all, a very common question which may be asked by different stakeholders in the higher education institution system, that what will I get after the accreditation? What all are the benefits of the accreditation? So believe me, accreditation just not affect one or two person, or it's not the accreditation of a principal of the institution or a IQAC coordinator of the institution, but it affects each and every part, each and every pillars of the higher education institution. May it be the students, may it be the parents, may it be the teachers, may it be the non-teaching staff, the admin staff, or even the IQAC and principal, of course, as a whole. So, by doing this process, or by undergoing for the accreditation by any of the agencies, and particularly the NAAC, the institution comes to know about its strength, its weakness, and the opportunities. Normally, it may happen that you know your strength, you know your weakness, you know your what all are the opportunities available. But there are areas, there are corners which you may miss sometimes. So that the external agency, the external examiner rather, they when come to your organization, they exactly point out your strength, weaknesses, and opportunities, and even the challenges, of course. Similarly, when you go for accreditation, it is useful in planning and the resource allocation for a leader. The institutional leader, including the heads of the department, including the IQAC coordinator and the principal, they then, after the accreditation process is over, they can better plan their resources, and they can better allocate the resources in order to achieve higher and higher grade, or higher and higher quality in future. So that's the another benefit of accreditation. We all agree that funding agencies these days, even particularly that of maybe funding agencies, funds for the research and activity purposes, funds for maybe organizing seminars, symposia, workshop, or anything, they all will also look into that what all is the grade of the organization, and accordingly many a time the funds may get released. I'll just quote an example here, that say for example the VP Science College was CP1 grantee college. So we got the grant of CP phase 1, and then in order to enter the phase 2, naturally the precondition was that the college should hold the A grade, and fortunately we got the A grade in the very second cycle. So we got the renewal of CP. So CP phase 2 we got, and the fund of tune of maybe 1.5 crore received by the college for infrastructural and other development. So that's how the funding agencies look for the objective data. Similarly, the RUSA grant in the state of Gujarat particularly was awarded, look looking at the grade of the colleges. So in addition to the research grant, in addition to the seminar, workshop, and other grants, these type of infrastructural grants even are linked nowadays with the grade of the organization. Similarly, the another benefit of accreditation is we may initiate many of the innovative and modern methods for teaching learning in the institution. So that's also one of the advantage of going for the accreditation. New sense of direction and identity for the institution. Not only that, apart from the funding agencies and our own benefits, the society is continuously looking, and these days people are quite aware about the NAAC. People are quite the NAAC is quite well known now in the country, and people, whenever they go for the admission, they ask that what is the grade of the college, what is the NAAC grade of the college, and the other grades of the college. So society continuously looked at it, and they decides based on the grade. They decides that what is the level of the college. So that's important. Employer, on the other hand, also looks for the grade whenever they go for giving employment to the students. So that's again a very important part, because if you are holding a good grade, the employers may believe in you, and accordingly they may recruit your student in their organization, in their companies. So that's the indirect benefit, the direct benefit rather, to the students of the accreditation. Of course, the intra and inter-institutional relationship is also one of the benefit of the accreditation. I hope these are sufficient benefits to motivate any higher education institution to go for the accreditation, like NAAC accreditation. Coming to the next is eligibility for the assessment and accreditation. Of course, this is not as such very important, but a small presentation, a small slide. For cycle 2 and 3, discussed IQAC to be functional, timely submission of AQAR. Now, as what my topic for the discussion, challenges. So, this is first and foremost important challenge. Submission of AQARs annually, timely. So this is very important for any organization, and this is really a challenge for accuracy coordinator and his team to submit the AQAR annually and timely. That is what is more important. So nowadays, earlier it was like many of the organization, when we go for accreditation process, many of the organization we see that they submitted their AQARs in just last 1 year. All the 5 AQARs get submitted on one single day. But now it will not be permissible. So one should be very careful that they should submit QARs very much in time every year. So why this is because the NAAC wants that one should continuously work for improvement in the quality, not just one day or last year of the accreditation process. That's the basic idea behind timely submission, every yearly submission of EQARs. Then comes institution to submit IAQA, of course, 6 months before the expiry. So again, this is also a challenge. This is also an important part, because many of the institutions may have gap between 2 cycles, and sometimes it may happen that during that gap only you miss some grants if you are not accredited. Because many of the cases, at least they say, do you have the valid accreditation status? If you say no, then you are not eligible to get those grants. So keep this in mind, that you should your accreditation status should not get expired, and for that you must submit the IAQA. Earlier we call it as LOI, the letter of intent. IAQA is a very simple 2-page form, wherein the NAAC wants to established whether you are eligible or not for going for the next cycle or for the first cycle even. So, but then one must be careful that they can submit or they should submit the IIQA just 6 months before the expiry of their accreditation status. So this is also one of the challenge for any HEI, that is higher education institution. Rest of the differences between the first, second, and third cycle. Just now, Dr. Ganesh explained that, of course, IQAC and AQAR, these are the common questions, that whether it is required to have IQAC in the first cycle or not. Yes, you need to frame an IQAC. You need to have a functional or some basic meeting, because when you are going for the accreditation, even for the first cycle, you need to plan. And who will plan? So it is IQAC which will decide, which will plan how to go ahead with the accreditation and all. So of course the IQAC must be there during even the first cycle. But yes, no need to have an AQAR, because you are going for the first cycle, then there is no need to have an 5 years AQAR as such. Now these are two slides. Now for these two slides, now and onward, we will discuss about what all are the differences between the old process and revised accreditation process. This revised accreditation framework, that is RAF, is all launched in July 17 now. So it's quite a long now, almost 3 years. But then what are the changes between the two? I hope the listeners here, they can understand between the word subjectivity and the objectivity. What accreditation process we had earlier was all about the peer judgment. The peer team used to come, and all the analysis, the entire analysis, been done by the peer team members, which includes a chairman and uh, two of the other peer team members. So that was all entirely a subjective process. When there is a subjectivity, there might be some plus and minuses with the subjectivity. And looking at that only, sometimes you may feel that XYZ college was not that good, but they got a very good grade. Similarly, the reverse. The XYZ college was really good, but they have not achieved a particular grade. So that is all because of the subjectivity. Because in some cases, if I go to some colleges in a city, in a metro city, and if I don't find a good playground, I may not give the good grade. I may not give the good marks in that particular course. But at the same time, if I go to some village place where they have a good playground, a huge playground, then that affects. So that's what is the subject. That's how what the subjectivity affects. And looking at that only, there were many grievances, and because of in order to avoid those grievances, the NAAC and so now we are objective enough. So of course, keeping the part subjectivity also, we have introduced, the NAAC has introduced the objectivity into the process. So therefore, the entire SSR now, they divided all the questions into two. That is, one which are related, one which needs, or one which involves subjectivity. Those are called as qualitative metrics, and where the objectivity is required, those are known as quantitative metrics. Uh, there had been a discussion on the proportion of subjectivity and objectivity, but then after so much of discussion at even the NAAC office during different meetings, they decided to keep it approximately 70-30. So 30% subjectivity and 70% around objectivity. This varies a little bit from organization to organization. Maybe this is different in case of university system, the colleges system, the otherwise autonomous colleges and all. So the first and foremost important change is from qualitative peer judgment to the data-based quantitative indicator evaluation. Now it is up to you how you look at it. Maybe the quantitative indicator evaluation is good, bad. That is up to you. But in my opinion, it is good in the sense that whatever you have, you just put it in terms of numbers, and the agencies, the DBV partners, they analyze it. In terms of reduction in number of questions, size of report, visit days, and so on. So that is another change which occurs. I don't think that that makes much of the difference, because number of questions, of course, earlier it was more than 115 or 50 somewhere, and now it comes to under 100. So that reduces the size of report also. And since only 30% qualitative matrix is there, so earlier it was 3 days visit normally to the colleges. Now it has come down to 2 days only, because the weightage of peer team has been reduced. The another challenging part for any higher education institution is introducing pre-qualifier, which was not there earlier. Pre-qualifier for peer team visit, as 25% of the system will be visited. So as and when you submit your SSR online, the data, particularly the quantitative data, the quantitative matrix will be analyzed other than that of the student satisfaction survey. And that quantitative data, if you get the 25% of the score, I think that's not a big number. So 25% if you score, which is quite easy to score, then and then you will be qualified to go for the peer team visit. If not, they will send it back to you, and you are supposed to prepare yourself again to score 25%, and then you will go for the accreditation purpose. This next point I've already discussed, 70-30, the qualitative and quantitative ratio. The qualitative is 30%, the quantitative is 70% approximately. As I told you, different system may have different percentage. Maybe in some cases it is 65% quantitative and 35% qualitative, and so on. So nothing much thing. And last point, which is quite important, and this is challenging also for some of the organization, providing appropriate differences in the matrix weightage and benchmarks to the university, autonomous colleges, affiliated colleges, constituent colleges, UG and PG. So NAAC has taken care for the different systems, and they've prepared, they've graded the mark sheets for the different system differently. University system has a different way of evaluation. Autonomous colleges has a different way of evaluation. The affiliated colleges have a different way of evaluation. Even to the extent that UG and PG colleges, they have a different marking schemes for the UG colleges and for PG colleges. This is why, because they understand that all these different type of system is different, and therefore they need to eliminate some questions from some system, and they need to add some question in some system. So keeping that in mind, in new revised accreditation framework, they've designed for all the different systems separately. But yes, there is no difference between the different types of college, maybe science college, maybe arts college, and commerce college. And this may be one of the challenging part, because we understand that research, for example, is one example. The research is commonly going on normally in science colleges, maybe UG or even UG and PG colleges, but they may be weak in arts and the commerce colleges. Many of the colleges may be exceptional. I am not putting this as a hardcore fact, But this is my general observation. But at the same time, there are a few areas where in the arts colleges or the commerce colleges are very strong as compared to the science colleges, particularly maybe when you talk about the extension courses, when you talk about the extracurricular activities. The science people are more, science students are more into practicals and with their labs and the theory lectures and other things, whereas the other type of colleges. So, but then the NAC evaluates each colleges on a same platform. So we should analyze what all are the lacunas in our system, where do we need to improve, and accordingly one should go for the accreditation. Third party validation of data, this is different than the earlier process. Earlier there was no DVB part kind of concept. Now it is introduced as all the quantitative data are analyzed through the external agencies by the third party agencies, that is they call it as DVV. In revising several metrics to bring enhanced participation of students and alumni in the process. So that is also the difference from the previous process. As for the NEC methodology, the NEC applications will be accepted throughout the year. It's no issue about it. Higher education institutions are required to submit IIQA, that is Institutional Information for Quality Assessment. This, as I told you earlier, we call it as LOI. Now it is IIQA, and it's a very simple form, maybe just a two-page form, which one should have to submit online. And NEC is very prompt in saying accepting or rejecting such application, and that will be communicated within just a week or 10 days time after you submit it. Next challenge you can say, which is there is SSR to be uploaded online along with AAQA. Now, this means that now there is no more hard copies are required to be submitted. No SSR in hard form, hard bound form, which we used to supply earlier to the NAC is required now. Everything is online, so process entirely is paperless, and this is really good. But then the limitation with this is, or the challenge you can consider it as, is those colleges which do not have a very good infrastructural, particularly the IT infrastructure. They need to develop it. Uh, IT know-how, because this needs a high level of IT know-how, because you need to generate all the links, you need to upload all the links, you need to upload all entire SSR on your website. You need to have an updated website. That is foremost important, because SSR, when you upload on the website, that should be easily approachable by anyone in the system. Similarly, all the links must get activated at the time of submission of IAQA and all. So that's, I think, the challenge. Of course, one can meet out this challenge easily, but then one should look into this before going for the accreditation process. 25% system generated score we've already discussed is a pre-qualifier score which one should consider, and this is exclusive of student satisfaction survey. We'll discuss student satisfaction survey separate and its challenges separately. But these are all the things which differs from the old process. One more slide for this. The data submitted on quantitative matrix will be validated by NAC, and qualitative matrix will be reviewed by the peer team. So naturally, the quantitative matrix will be analyzed by DVV partners, and the qualitative matrix will be assessed by the peer team, which will come to the college to visit the college. EVV is why I put a question mark here, benchmarking, because NEC has not disclosed the benchmarking. So you will not be able to judge at many point of time that how much you will get out of the particular question. Say, for example, just one or two example I'll cite here, that research publication. Uh, how much research publication per teacher, or how much research publication is sufficient to get 4 out of 4, is not disclosed. Similarly, there are many such things, like how many of activities, the maybe the extracurricular activities, or the social institutional social responsibility, when you consider how many of the activities and to what extent the activities will be considered for getting 4 out of 4. How many of PhDs in the institution will be considered to get 4 out of 4? So those are the questions. Those are the evaluation portion things. We consider it as benchmarking decided by the NAAC, and which is not disclosed. So that is there. But yes, uh, as and when the data verification and validation, DVV partner finds any ambiguity in the data or anything which is missing in the data, they will ask you that for the submission, for the resubmission of those papers, or for those proof, in order to get the good marks or the scores. So that's one point which one should look into. After clearing the pre-qualifier fine, currently the DVV student satisfaction survey will be conducted online. So this is also a new thing. Student satisfaction survey will go online. For that, you need to submit the details of each of the students present in existing environment in the college or in the institution. Peer team consists, okay, and no name logistic will be decided by the NAAC itself. Fine, it's nothing important. Grade you all are aware about. I'll skip this slide because everyone knows which CGPA is related to which grade. I'll just quickly now go through the different slides because these are all discussed in the morning. These are all 7 criterias. Earlier also these were the criteria, only this red marked, that is only changed, and in bracket is written which is deleted now. Earlier in criteria number 3, it was research, consultancy, and extension. Place of consultancy, it is all innovations. So now it is read as research, innovation, and extension. And the last criteria, that is 7, where earlier it was innovation and best practices, but now since innovation has been moved to criteria number 3, so they've added institutional values and the best practices. So that is only changed as far as criteria classification and criteria nomenclature is concerned. This is a compiled table wherein you have 3 different systems: university system, autonomous colleges, affiliated or constituent colleges, wherein again they have divided it into 2, that is UG and PG college. You can see here the total number of matrix, the QLM, the QNM, and the total of the 2. Among the UG college, out of total 93 questions, 35 is qualitative matrix and 58 is the quantitative matrix. This proportion is by and large same in all the 3 systems, but little bit of variations. You can see autonomous colleges has a total of 107 questions, of which 35 is qualitative and 22 are the quantitative matrix. So that's how it sits. But by and large, as I told, it is 30:70 ratio. This varies from system to system. If you see the criteria-wise distribution of the marks, the total marks allocated is 100. The total score is 1,000 rather, 1,000, and of these 1,000, you can see the 7 different criterions and the marks allocated. Needless to mention here that criteria number 2, teaching, learning, and evaluation, has the highest weightage in all the systems, particularly the affiliated colleges. You can see 350 out of 1,350, so 35% of the total marks value is belonging to the criteria number two. So that's how it is important, and it is understood also. It can be easily understood that teaching, learning, and evaluation is the hard core, is the heart of any higher education institution, particularly the UGPG colleges. This is something new and which was not covered in the morning. I would just like to introduce this as one of the things which will be helpful to you. That is optional matrix and limitations. Optional, as the name itself indicates, that out of those questions listed in your manual, you can opt out the questions which to an extent of 3% total. So 1,000 marks are total allocation, and 3% of it, that is around 30 marks. So for 30 marks, up to 30 marks weightage, you can eliminate out the questions. Why this is kept? Because it is understood that in many cases something or some of the questions are not relevant. In for some of the systems, some questions are not relevant, or maybe that it is relevant, but maybe the higher education institution have nothing to say in that question. So automatically that comes to zero otherwise. So looking at that, the NAAC has taken care and they've allowed the institution to skip the some of the questions, but the weightage should not exceed 3%, or in turn 30 marks as a whole. But then there are certain limitations for this, and that one cannot opt out the questions for uh, total weightage of 10 per criteria. For any criteria, you can opt out, but to an extent of 10 marks, not more than that. The criteria number 1, 2, and 7, that is, these are essential. So you cannot opt out any questions from criteria number 1, 2, and 7. So 3, 4, 5, and 6. These are the four criteria from which you can opt out some questions to a total value of 30 marks. Matrix identified as optional can only be opted out. So this is another limitations of this optional matrix. That there is a list of questions available in the appendix of your manual, of the NAAC manual. That only those listed questions can be opted, and mainly those are the quantitative matrix, not the qualitative matrix. So you should keep that list with you, and you should continuously observe it, that whatever you are opting out is in the list of the manual or not. So only those questions which are listed in the manual for the optional matrix can be eliminated. So that's one thing which is important. You can see next point is qualitative matrix cannot be opted. So as I told you, it is the optional matrix is only for the quantitative matrix, not for the qualitative. And if you are going for say for example entire 30 marks option or the optional matrix, then your valuation will be done out of 970 marks. So that's the advantage. But so there are limitations. So whenever you go for, when you plan for the optional matrix, you should see these rules and you should plan accordingly. So those are the limitations for the optional matrix. I'll skip some of these slides because these are already discussed. You can see this is criteria number 1, which has got the total weightage for affiliated colleges 100. The distribution, there are 4 key indicators in criteria number 1. There may be some questions in each key indicators that has to be answered. Curriculum design and development, which is not applicable to the affiliated college, because keeping the fact in mind that designing and developing the curriculum is a part of university, or in case of autonomous colleges, they have this freedom to design and develop the curriculum. But affiliated colleges, they don't have the freedom to design and develop the curriculum, so it is not applicable to the affiliated colleges. Similarly, the curriculum planning and implementation is, of course, a part of affiliated colleges. But then again, not applicable to the university and autonomous colleges. The rest, all the three key indicators are applicable to all the three with a varying weightage of marks. Criteria number two, again, similarly has got, as I told you earlier also, that this is the very important criteria because of two things. Number one, it has got the highest weighting of 350, so 35% of the total evaluation is based on criteria number two. And not only that, 2.7, you can see the student satisfaction survey, which has got the weightage of 60 marks. So that's again very important for any higher education institution. Criteria number three has got a weightage of 110 for UG colleges, wherein many of the key indicators are not applicable. You can see promotion of research and facilities applicable to the affiliated colleges. Even innovation ecosystem is not applicable, and even consultancy, which is only applicable to university and autonomous colleges and not to the affiliated colleges. So that is criteria number three. Criteria number four, infrastructure and learning resources has got a weightage of 100 marks. So I think you all are very clear on this. Physical facilities, this includes the library and its infrastructure. This includes the IT infrastructure, which is very important these days. And of course, the maintenance of the campus, which is coming to the fifth is student support and progression. Again, you can see different weightages. There are four key indicators, all applicable to all the systems, and with a varying weightage. It has got a weightage of 140 for UG colleges. Governance, leadership, and management, similarly, five key indicators with 100 of weightage. Institutional values and best practices, three indicators with a weightage of 100 for each systems. So there is nothing new in all these tables because these are all there even in the NAAC website or the manuals. Criteria-wise, if we go through and talk about the challenges before the higher education, and one should work for those challenges in order to achieve the higher grade. Initiatives for the effective curriculum delivery. This is very important. The planning, how you plan for the curriculum delivery, how you execute it, you get the feedback from different stakeholders on the kind while designing the effective curriculum delivery. Curriculum delivery is just not completing the syllabus. Effectively, how you plan, how you execute, how you monitor is very important, and one should look into. Development of curriculum not very important or different. CBCS is an old story now. Self-financing program, introduction of self-financing program, skill development program, which will be add on to whatever student is getting in addition to the main curriculum. Blended learning, wherein one can blend the different teaching learning methodologies to give the effective delivery of the system, the curriculum. Curriculum enrichment. Just now, Dr. Hegde was also discussed, and he was answering some question about the enrichment. That how the value-added courses, how the skill development add-on certificate courses can be added to in order to enhance the curriculum enrichment. And of course, the multidisciplinary. Student satisfaction, use of technology, because in many of the colleges, particularly wherein the teachers are quite aged, or you can say they are appointed maybe 30 years back or 35 years back even. So use of technology these days is a task, is a challenge. No doubt, in this Corona period, we have been learned so much of the techniques or the technology for delivering the online lectures in colleges or in government colleges. Even the recruitment process is governed by the state government. So, of course, this is a question, but as I told you earlier also, that in lieu of those regular teachers, one can appoint through management so that to satisfy the student teacher ratio in the organization. Attainment of the program outcomes and the course outcomes evaluated by the college. So, program outcome, program specific outcome, course outcome, this is to be looked into, and one should constantly monitor whether whatever is written as a program outcome or program specific outcome is attained at the end of the day or not. Total number of students. This is important. Whenever you go for any activities, maybe the extension activities or anything, maybe if you are planning for some visiting talk, if you are planning for some seminar, if you are planning for some workshop or anything, now onward you need to maintain certain records for each of the activities that you are conducting at your end. This importantly includes the planning, number one. When and where the planning was planning for a particular activities was carried out. Maybe in your governing council, maybe in your student council, maybe in your heads of the meeting, maybe in your any other committees. So one should put it into the minutes of those meetings that this is a plan. Second thing is the invitations or declarations of those activities, those planning that you have done. Then how many students or which students will participate in it? The details of the participants. Not only that, if possible, the details or the student list, their signature on the day of activities. Then finally, the report for the particular activities, few photographs related to it, maybe the news cutting related to the activities, and end of the day, of course, the feedback and its analysis. That whether the activity was good, not good, what improvement it needs. These are all the papers required for each activities that an organization is performing, whether it is an extension activities, whether it is an extracurricular activities, whether it is an co-curricular activities or any activities which is performed. Student satisfaction survey, as I told you earlier also, student satisfaction survey is a direct indicator of effectiveness of teaching learning in the institution. And now it is online. Earlier it was just the student interaction based on which the peer team analyzed the student satisfaction. But now it is an online. So there are certain rules governing to the student satisfaction survey, and you can see the student satisfaction survey will be conducted by DVV partner simultaneously with the DVV process. For this, a challenge is that organization, an institution must upload the data of each of the students enrolled in the college. This includes their mobile number, their email IDs, and all. Simultaneously, this DVV partner, they will go for the online assessment or the online survey, which includes 20 objective questions and one subjective question. This entire template of objective and subjective is available on the NAAC website. So one can go through it, and even one can announce it beforehand to the students in order to prepare their mind. So that is there. The DVV will randomly send the email to the students, initially to 10% of the students, and then if required more than that. But then the response should not be less than 100 in case of UG, PG and autonomous colleges, and 500 in case of universities. If they got this many responses, the process will be over and it will be analyzed. And this entire process will be completed in 1 month of time. So one should be careful, and there must be some person or some team in the college which should look into for the student satisfaction survey continuously. So that is there for the student satisfaction work. So I think that's the thing from my side. All the processes as well as the differences between old and new process, and the challenges that one may face during the accreditation process, particularly in revised accreditation process. At the end, just I would like to conclude, to achieve the quality, we need to work together. The entire college, including teaching, non-teaching, admin staff, collaborate with each other and tolerate differences, respect diverse views, because none of us is smart than all of us. So, with that, I would like to thank again to all the viewers, to all the participants, and to all my organizing team in order to hold this particular event. I will be happy if few questions. Of course, we are running a little late, but then if few questions are there, I will be happy to answer those questions. What is Karma?
Yes, sir. We are waiting for some questions. As of now, there are no questions, sir.
Okay.
So we can assume they don't have any questions as of now. In
We may
case they
have,
ask for,
yeah,
yes,
we may consider it later on also if required.
yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Bhavesh Patel, for an elaborate presentation. I'm sure the viewers will find a lot of ideas, a lot of inputs from your presentation. Thank you very much, sir, once again. Thank you again for your presentation. Uh, Participants, we hereby want to inform you that we are breaking here for lunch, and due to a shortage of time, we are dropping the third session. When we open the link at 2 p.m. again, just about 2 p.m., it will be open only for participants' presentation. Thank you so much.
चालू रहेगा
The links will open again at 2. Okay. Thank you so much. You're breaking now for lunch break. Stay there with
आपने कर लिया? सर आ गया.
Good afternoon to all the participants post lunch. Let you in as per the order mentioned in the list that was sent to you. So the first in the line is Professor Anita Dattatreya.
बाकी सब म्यूट कर दो सर.
And the others are requested to kindly requested to mute their mics. So Professor Anita Dattatreya is going to talk about use of ICT in English language teaching and learning. Yes, madam, you can start.
Just a minute, sir, please.
Yes, yes. Don't worry. Take your time.
Warm afternoon all, Honorable Dias, all the esteemed dignitaries, Honorable Principal Dr. Bhavesh Patel sir. Am I audible sir? Hello, am I
Yes,
audible
you're
sir?
audible. Yes,
Okay
you're
sir.
audible.
Warm afternoon all, Honorable Dias, all the esteemed dignitaries, Honorable Principal Dr. Bhavesh Patel sir, the IQAC coordinator, respected Dr. Nikunj Bhatt sir, the organizing secretary, respected Dr. Charudatta Gurjar sir, and the respected principal of our college, Professor Kiran Wak sir, and all the participants. Today, on 13th of January 2021, we have gathered through the mass media, that is online platform, for the next sponsored online seminar, which is organized by IQAC of Vittal Bhai Patel and Rajaratna PT Patel Science College, Vallabh, Vidyanagar. I am Professor Pavaranita Dattatreya, working as an assistant professor and the head of the Department of English in KK Wag Education Society's KK Wag Arts, Commerce, Science and Computer Science College, Bhausaheb Nagar, Pimples Ramache, Tahsil Nifad and District Nasik. Now, I am going to present the paper on the topic Use of ICT in English language teaching and learning. I am going to read the abstract. Language is a unique and very effective means of communication used by human beings. It performs many functions. Language is the important part of our life. Language is the mirror of human life, which delineates the life of human. With the help of language, we are able to communicate with each other and express our ideas and thoughts. Not only the use of English language, but also ICT become an essential part and parcel in our everyday life. As like globalization, ICT is a broad concept and everybody is aware of it. English language has become a global language of its numerous functions. For example, informative function, expressive function, directive function, fatigue function. At the same way, ICT has become a global term. English language and ICT has become the window to the world. This language is playing a major role in every field, such as research, education, science, art, and law, medicine, etc. As like change is the cycle of nature, at the same way, in the changing world, there must be changes in language learning. But the synchronous bump of globalization, the expanse of the or the amplification of English language and technological development have transformed our learning and teaching English. In every aspect of human life, ICT is playing a vital role. In the field of education, the technological developments have started a new page in the modern era. Now, enter into the world of ICT. These are the some of ICT tools.
હાઈવાઈ બધાને એક્સેપ્ટ કરી દીધા
21st century is the century of ICT. Walter Mackenzie has defined ICT as a new age demands a new paradigm. Further, Craig R. Barrett has also described the effects of ICT as, with the help of technology, teachers will be the leaders in the transformation of education around the world. ICT ICT means information and communication technology. According to Kent, ICT in education point of view refers to information and communication technology such as computers, communication facilities and features that variously support teaching, learning and a range of activities in education. Today, ICT, biotechnology, nanotechnology have become upsurge of interest in the world. ICT is an umbrella term that includes any communication device or application. encompassing radio, television, cellular phones, computer and network hardware and software, satellite system and so on, as well as the various
Dr.
services
Paresh,
and
yes.
applications associated with them, such as video conferencing and distance learning. IT is similar to information technology that is called as IT, but primarily focuses on communication technologies. ICT covers all forms of computer and communications equipment and software used to create, design, store, transmit, interpret, and manipulate information in its various formats. Personal computers, laptops, tablets,
Wait,
mobile
Dr.
phones,
Pankaj છે
televisions,
જો
and network technologies
ડાંગીને
are
પંકજ
just
presentation
some
માં
examples of the diverse array of ICT tools. According to European Commission, the importance of ICT lies less itself than in its ability to create greater access to information and communication in
સુરેન્દ્ર
undeserved
ડાંગી પૂનમ
populations.
ખેતે
And in education, especially in
સુરેન્દ્ર
language
ડાંગી
teaching, ICT and language teaching have
પૂનમ
worked
ખેતે
hand to hand for a long time and contributed as teaching tools in the language and second language classroom. ICT has become essential tool in educational world and has been used from preschool to university and that could facilitate students and teacher in teaching and learning process. ICT has been publicized as potentially powerful tool for educational change and reform. The computers play significant role in the learning process, especially in learning language. Hartoyo stated in his book, a computer is a tool and medium that facilitates people in learning a language. Although the effectiveness of learning depends totally on the users, the technology in this era has been grown up not only from the quality but also the efficiency. The need of technological innovation has brought the communication revolution and rapid development of technological application in teaching and learning. This technology made contribution on improving language communication in Indonesia. The government of Indonesia has included ICT as one of the curricula in education. The methodology of English has started a new way of using ICT in teaching. ICT provides more opportunities for communication between peer learners. With the use of ICT, there is a two-way process of exchange of knowledge between home and college. The teacher abides key to the successful use of ICT for learning. Now here are some of the objectives of this paper: to study the magnitude of English, to understand the meaning and scope of ICT, to explain the role of ICT in the effectiveness of English teaching and learning, to suggest measures for effective use of ICT. The role of ICT is vital for teachers and students. According to Jeremy Harmer, a word, innovation means something new, which means new ideas to change things for better. He claims that if we look at all the language teaching methods which are used all over the world by different teachers at different levels, we cannot say that all of them are 100% successful. Therefore, it is very important to keep looking and searching to find ways to make teaching and learning better. How do you also assert that English language has been shaped by the search for the one best method of teaching the language, regardless of whether the focus of instruction has been reading the grammatical rules and vocabulary of the target language. For example, grammar translation method, speaking, how to communicate the target language, such as direct method, audiolingual method, communicative approach, or other issues. The attempts of teaching profession have been shaped by a desire to find a better way of teaching than the existing method. The latest method, that is developing a computer assisted language, shortly called as a CALL. CALL is the abbreviated form of computer assisted language learning. CAL is a broad and ever-changing discipline. Betty defines CAL as any process in which a learner uses a computer and as a result improves his or her language, and it covers the wider range of current practice in the field. The internet and different computer applications, computer assisted language learning, that is called as a CAL software, CD-ROMs and office software applications have become commonplace in many teaching and learning environments. The computer can act as a stimulus which generate analysis, discussion and writing. The integration of ICT in the field of language learning is inevitable, known that the ICT and language learning are two aspects which support each other like two sides of the coin, inseparable. Some experts and practitioners of education learning language in CAL strongly supports the utilization of ICT in language learning to improve efficiency and effectiveness of learning. Fortunately, the use of computer assisted language learning has increased noticeably by English teachers. Consideration of computer assisted language learning is using computer. This tool is flexible, rich and interactive. It is flexible in the term of time and place. It has also assumed that more than other media can encourage students in learning language. In
Professor
addition,
Dattatreya, sorry to interrupt you. Can you kindly stick to time? I think 7 minutes were allotted to you.
okay, sir.
Thank you.
Just a minute.
Thank you.
Now, here I would like to mention some of the recent tools which is useful for the English language teaching and learning. First one, Edmodo. This is an affordable and interactive essential tool that connects teachers and students. This digital tool helps education to form discussion groups and provide topics for students. Second one, important, recent and modern tool, that is Socrative. This is a technical tool that allows teachers to give students exercise and educational games. Third one is the recent and modern technical tool, that is Class Dojo. Class Dojo is a tool to meet and to improve students' behavior. This tool enables teachers to applaud their students for good positioning in class and degrade voices observed during lectures. The fourth one, modern recent tool, that is Kahoot. Kahoot enables teachers to create questionnaire and surveys that complement academic lessons. The tool also has educational games, making learning to the students enjoyable. And the fifth one, a modern recent tool, that is Animoto. This is a technical tool that assists teachers to make high quality videos for their students. And here are some of the ICT tools for English language teaching. They are as follows: computer, internet, audio devices, audiobooks, mobile apps, mobile phone, Web 2.0 application, language laboratory, television. Now here are the some of application of ICT for teaching and learning: presentation, practice, authoring, computer-aided assessment, publishing, communication, stimulus. And in conclusion, I would like to say that ICT is a form of advanced science technology. In the implementation of learning, the use of ICT increases the scope of teaching. It provides quality materials and creating autonomy of learning. Learners can share their work, which can promote cultural diversity, have positive motivational effects, and raise self-esteem. Thus, ICT played a vital role in teaching and learning English language. Once again, I am very thankful the organizing committee giving me an opportunity to present my paper on the topic use of ICT in English language teaching and learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dattatreya. I now invite Archana Sanap, Professor Archana Sanap and Dr. Leena Sarkar. I humbly request all the presenters to stick to time. Please try to finish your paper in 7 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Can I present my screen, sir? Sir, I want to present my screen. Can I?
Yes, you can, madam. You can.
But still here I'm seeing the Professor Anita Pawar is presenting.
I request Professor Anita Pawar to exit, please. Uh, Professor Anita Pawar, kindly turn off the presentation. इसको phone करना पड़ेगा. Hello. हाँ, phone करिए. Professor Archana, can you please hold on for a few minutes? We'll call. We are trying to call her.
Sure. Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Yes, you can start now, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Now I'm going to be present my screen first.
Yeah.
I think so it is a visible.
Yes, it is visible, ma'am. And you're also audible.
Yes, okay, okay. Okay, namaskar. Very good afternoon, everyone. I'm Assistant Professor Archana Sanap, and my co-author is the Dr. Leena Sarkar. Actually, I'm very glad to present the paper with my ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for this. And everyone knows nowadays COVID-19 has forced universities across India and the world indeed to suspended physical classroom shift to the online classes. And in this duration, ICT makes a powerful role in education area. Anyways, now we are the presenting role of ICT in teaching learning. So here I'm going to be start without wasting time. These are the contents which we are including in our research paper as well as our PPT. So I'm going to be start directly the introduction part, that is what is the ICT. Okay, ICT is the information and the communication technology. Of course, it is the full form of the ICT. But what is the information? We gather the data, that the raw data we are gathered, and we are giving some meaning for that data, and it will be converted into the information. And that information we have to be the communicate with the technologies, with the help of this technology, and that is the ICT. It is the information and communication technology. That is what it is, the ICT. And the world is changing at a very fast pace, and so it is the teaching and learning process. Education is the best way to bring the change for the development of the society and nation. I think everybody agree for this. Information and the communication technology, commonly as ICT, is considered as the essential part of the education. The work with the pace of the fast changing world, knowledge of ICT is must for the teachers as well as students also. What are the roles of the ICT? It is a very important thing. The many areas are covered for the ICT. ICT incorporates electronic technology and techniques used to manage information and knowledge, including information heading tools using the process, store process, distributed, and exchange information. Okay. The key sectors of the ICT uses are the health, agriculture, food security, public sector, management, rural development, industries, and education. It helps to improve the quality and efficiency. My next things we are the throw some light benefits of the using ICT technology in education area, that is the teaching and learning. Okay, enhance the mode of the communication, cost efficient, paperless, better teaching and learning methods, enhance the data and the information security, minimize cost and save time, easy student management, automated solutions to the manual paper-based process and the procedure, interactive and collaborative teachings and learning methods, as well as the spread of awareness of the social impact of the technology change in the education. And we are the also adopted the LMS tools. What is the LMS tools? It is the learning management systems. Okay, an independent learning platform for the students. Teacher can teach better with the image, videos, and graphics while delivering lessons. This is a very beneficial feature for the teacher because whatever teachers are the imagine things and they want to be delivered to the students. So student also easily understand through the help of this ICT technology. And what is the importance of the ICT in the education? Of course, it is the improve engagement and the knowledge it achieve. When ICT is integrated into lesson, students become the more engaged in their work. This is because the technology provides different opportunity to make it more fun and enjoyable in terms of the teaching. The same things, but in a different way. How is the ICT used in the teaching learning process? That is a very important thing because the first important part that is the integral to the teaching and learning interaction through such as the approaches as the replacing chalkboard with the interactive digital whiteboard. Using students' own smartphone, their own devices, laptop and desktop and so on. Okay, during learning during class time and a flipped classroom model where students watch a lecture. What is a flipped classroom? Nowadays we are using this concept. Flipped classroom, it is also called a interval classroom. That is the student give the review, student attending the lecture, they will get the all study material with this the tools. Okay, just like they are defining class at home as well as workplace. That is called a flipped classroom. Next one, what is types of the ICT are the commonly used in the education, just like the computing and the information technologies, broadcasting, telecommunications, internet, print, audio, video, radio. That all is a whole range of the technologies. Okay, that the all types of the ICT. How can ICT help the students? It is a very beneficial point for the education area. Being the used in the education to assist the student to learn more effectively by providing teachers with the access to wide range of the new pedagogies. These technologies are also being used to enable teachers to do administrative tasks more effectively. What is the role of the importance of the ICT in education? Yes, is the mode of the education that use the information and communication technology to support, enhance, and optimizing delivering of the information. Worldwide research has shown that ICT can lead to and improve students' learning and better teaching methods. And here I am going to give some example about the ELT. First of all, what is the ELT? ELT means the emerging learning technology. Under that technology, we will get the so many tools.
Professor, sorry to interrupt you, but please stick to time.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Just give me only 2 more minutes.
Yes.
Okay, here I'm explaining some ELT tools, that is the blogging, ILM and the digital recording. IML, it is mostly used for the engaged class, and this is ICT used in the teaching. It is the TEL, it is a technology enhanced learning. Okay, that is the one kind of the application, and with that application, a teacher should assess and generate the reports, keep the track of the feedback with the help of the feedback. Okay, that is the very much helpful for the teachers also, and this is some focus area for the teachers. That is a new way to teaching. The some new things are they are the going to be teach to the students, and they are the focusing each and every student and their performance also. Save time and the planning. They are doing the planning and handling the administrative also. Offers the four comprehensive approach, the assessment, and reduce the brevitus burdens on the teachers. So that these are the some focus area for the teachers. And I'm giving the some example of the implementation of the ICT. So UGC also adopted this technology. That is a one kind of the example, that is a UGC Infonet and e-magazines, e-pamphlets, so on. And here having some touch for the implementation of the ICT. The India, the use of the ICT progressing very fast. There was a single channel transmission in the 1962, which has now reached the countrywide classroom. That is a CWCR. Various channels like आपने सुना होगा ज्ञान दर्शन, एकलव्य टेक्नोलॉजी channels and providing as well as the Gyanvani radio networks that is being created by the IGNO. So that all are the example of the implementation of the ICT. And we conclude the research has provided use of the ICT can create deep impact of the youth mindset And teachers use ICT tools to make the lectures more engaged, and thus ICT plays important role and is an effective tool for the enhancing teachers also as well as learner also. And these are some references here. So thank you all for patience hearing. Thank you organizers, Patel Science College and NIT for the giving us the opportunity to present. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you, Professor Archana Sanap. I now invite Dr. Bhailal Bhai Patel, Head Mathematics Department.
Yes, sir. I am ready.
Yes. Welcome, sir.
Yes, sir. Please, Ratna madam. Okay. So I am presenting my screen. Right. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Right. Namaskar to all. My name is Dr. Bhailal Patel, HOD Mathematics, NV Pass College, CVM University, Vallabh Vidyanagar, Gujarat. My topic of the presentation is rankings in higher education institutions. I will be talk about the importance of ranking, then rankings in terms of world institutions, in Indian aspects. So, in India, Albert Einstein says, I quote, "Not everything that counts can be measured, not everything that can be measured counts." Now we know in India, that is locally as well as globally, the number of higher education institutions have been increased like anything in last 2 decades. So to maintain quality and to find improvement opportunity in a specific field, the rankings or accreditations are very much helpful. Rankings also helps the stakeholders of the college or university to decide particular college or particular course. There is a difference between accreditation and ranking. Accreditation is a 5-year comprehensive assessment, while ranking is of 1 year. Another difference is accreditation gives absolute grade, while ranking gives relative grade. So, I have taken some of the world ranking institution, for instance, academic ranking of world, then the ranking, SIR ranking, Leiden ranking. So, I will be discuss few of them of the world ranking. Academic ranking of world, top 500 university, the main focus of this ranking is on the staff winning Nobel Prizes. 20% weightage is given, you can see. Then 20% weightage is given to the research impact. Then paper index in SCI or SCCI is also 20%, and 20% in a paper published in a Nature or Science journals. So overall 60% for research articles are and citation, the emphasis given on this aspect. Next, we talk about the QS World Ranking of 800 universities of the world. So here 40% are academic reputation survey, then 20% is a score based on student faculty ratio.
Dr. Bhailal Patel, your slides are not changing in case you don't know.
Okay, sorry, sir. Let me try again. It's a first one only?
Yes, now we can see. Now we can see.
Okay. So, let me quickly go. So, world, now you can see, sir.
Yes, we can see.
Okay. So, these are the some of the world rankings. I am quickly go through it. In which ARWA academic ranking, it has 60% of research article, as I told you. Then the QS World Ranking, it's 50% for public perception and 20% for research publications. Aspects are given. Then the Time Higher Education University Ranking, top 400 universities are there, in which you can see the research impact, the total citations, it is of 30%. Then the learning environment of 30%. Then the research value publications, that is of also 30%. So overall 70% for research articles and citation they have given. Then there is a other webometrics in which they consider the number of paper record from the 4 search engines like Google, Yahoo, or they take the unique external link obtained from the search engines. In the PPT form, they take from the PDF the number of papers and citations for each academic domain. Now, NTU ranking, they have the mainly three aspects: research productivity, in which they have considered 25% weightage, in which the number of articles in the last 11 years and the number of articles in the current year. Same way, research impact of 35% and research excellence of 40%. Then the SIOMITS institutional ranking, SIR, they were taken the different aspect like output, international collaboration, normalized impact, scientific leadership, high quality publications, specialization index, and excellence rate. So by looking all these aspects, they are conducting their survey. So this was the about the world ranking. I have given detail in my paper, so I am just taking the some of the points of this ranking part. Now, as far as India is concerned, there are several agencies, but the mainly we can see the NIRF, then Atal ranking, and in Gujarat we have GSIRF. So NIRF, that is, the National Institutional Ranking Framework by MHRD, launched in 2015, and mainly ranking is based on the teacher, student, and infrastructure parameter. They have completed 5 years. Then the Atal ranking of institutions on innovation achievements. It is also of MHRD, launched in 2018, and the rank based on mainly innovation and entrepreneurship development. 2 exercises they have completed. Now let me give some brief about the NIRF. NIRF is executed through MHRD, NBA, and UGC. InflipNet, that is the Information and Library Network based on Gandhinagar, is a work as a parent institute for this NIRF. InflipNet provide all kinds of database for this ranking process. Now, that in NIRF, we have different institute categories of overall and university ranking, colleges, engineering, managements, etc. And the different parameters are also there in NIRF. We have a teaching, learning, and resource, that is TLR, then research and professional, that is RP, then graduation outcome, then outreach and inclusivity, then perception. Considering from the ranking purpose, and in each parameter, there are the sub parameters also. You can see the maximum weightage is of first two, that is the teaching, learning, and resource, they have 30% weightage, and the research and the professional practice, they have taken 30%, and the rest is 20, 10, and 10. Now, what is the workflow of NIRF? The ICC, that is Implementation Core Committee, they decide the framework. Normally they start in a June or July month. Then the registration, it will end up to September. Then next process is data capturing system is registered for register institute. Then DCS open for editing of data. Then online preparation of system for peer, employee, and public. Then they take online feedback for the general public. Then the publication of data incorporated for each institute. It takes some time, so I have written the time duration also. Then the data corresponds under the guidance of domain experts, and final the ranking. So it will start from June, July, and the ranking will in the April of the consecutive year. So this is the workflow of NIRF by and large. Now, what kind of data NIRF need, or what kind of data they ask? So this is just for your information. For student detail, for example, they take sanction, intake, then the student strength, the PhD, then similarly for faculty details, then the facility for infrastructure, funding, etc. Now we talk about the Atal ranking for institutions on innovation and achievements. So these are the parameters in which you can see the maximum is budget, expense, and support, and the revenue generated 20 point. Same way, awareness, activity, and promoting idea generation of innovation 20. Similarly, promotion and supporting entrepreneurship development 20. So these are the criteria for this ranking. This is the public funded institution ranking of last 2020 I have mentioned, and similarly private institutions of Atal ranking I have mentioned over here. Next, finally we come to the Gujarat State Institutional Rating Framework. It's under the knowledge, that is of Government of Gujarat and the Indian Center for Academic Ranking and Excellence Care, it identifies the area of improvement. It works as a bridge, or you can say bridge gap between the regional and nationally or globally. So it works also the similar kind as the NRF work. So these are the references I have taken. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Patel, for sticking to time
Thank you,
and
sir.
for his interesting presentation. The next is Dr. Maganlal Molia from Rajkot. Dr. Maganlal Molia, are you there? Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
Sir, presentation is visible?
Yes, your mobile screen is visible. Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, okay. Myself, Dr. Maganlal S. Moria, Professor, Department of Education, Saurashtra University, Rajkot. My title of the paper, Recommendation Assessment of the Achieved as a Learning Outcomes. Introduction in the higher education system. In the higher education system, learning outcomes are the specification of what a student should learn and demonstrate on successful completion of the course of the program. It can also be seen as the desired outcome of the learning process in terms of the acquisition of the skill and knowledge. Achieving learning outcomes needs specific experience to be provided to the students and evaluation of the attainment. Students assessment provide an induction of the area where learning has happened and where it has to be improved upon. In the present paper on the recommendation assessment of the achievement as the learning outcomes. Recommendation with the respect to the learning outcomes. First, it is all about learning outcome. Consider intend and achieve learning outcome as two sides of the same coin. Use learning outcome as a tool for developing and improving education, not as a goal in itself. Link learning outcome to national and international qualification frameworks. Use quality insurance to stimulate and improve the development of learning outcomes, not as an instrument of control. Follow through the concept of the student-centered learning in the assessment and demonstration of achieved learning outcomes. Learning outcomes and quality assurance. Even without the introduction of the student-centered learning, there has been growing pursuit of the higher education for their outcome to society in quantitative and qualitative sense. Learning outcomes are accepted evidence benefit to all stockholder. Quality insurance has improved the role to play in supporting the use of the learning outcome by establishing guidelines and good practices for the design of the program and method of the assessment, as well as for align teaching with the learning outcomes and facilitating cycle improvement. Recommendation assessment of the achievement as a learning outcome follow through the concept of the student-centered learning in the assessment and demonstration of the achieving learning outcomes. It is all about the learning outcome, consider, intend, and achieve the learning good practice outcome as two sides of the same coin and lesson learned. Use learning outcome as a tool for the developing and improving education, not as a goal in itself. Use quality assurance to the stimulate and improve the development of learning outcome, not as an instrument of control. Conclusion. In the higher education system, learning outcomes are the specification of what a student should learn and demonstrate and successful completion of the course or the program. Achieving learning outcome needs specific experience to be provided to the students and evaluation of their attainment. Improving education quality and insurance quality have become the most distinctive theme of the higher education reform in today's world. Theoretically speaking, the assessment of student learning outcome is the most direct evidence of the higher education quality and should be an indisciplined element and the starting point of the education evaluation. It is the all about learning outcome, consider, instant, and achieve the learning outcomes and a two sides of the same coin. Learning outcome tend to be more detailed for the program with the strong professional orientation. Make sure that the formal of the teaching and assessment again with the intended learning outcome. Learning outcomes should be living element and shape the form.
Dr. Mulia, sorry to interrupt you. Can you please?
Thank you. Thank you.
Stick. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Molia. Have you winded up, Dr. Molia?
Okay, wind up, sir. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next is Professor Maitri Roy. Professor Maitri Roy. Are you there, Professor Maitri?
I'm here.
Yes, you're online, ma'am. You're online.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir.
And I once again request all the presenters to stick to time, please.
Yes. Sure, sir.
Thank
Actually, my title of my paper is NAAC in Transition: A Combination of the Traditional with Revised Accreditation Framework. Normally, it's like a look back situation for me as a POT member from the 2012. So when we had started our journey as a NAAC member, we used to look to the 7-point evaluation scale based on curricular aspects, teaching, learning, evaluation, research, innovation and extension, infrastructure and learning resources, student support and progression, governance, leadership, management, institutional values and best practices. So while making the assessment, there were two parts. One was the self-study report and the peer team evaluation. So during this period, the peer team evaluation was one of the most important part of the whole overall evaluation of the institution. So overall analysis was expected to be carried out manually. Procedure evolved was based on Scalar system. Model included 4 scale evaluation like A, B, C, D. That means it is in the initial stage. Reformation of the Scalar system was introduced in 2007-8. Then it has come to three grade: A plus plus, A plus, and A, B plus plus, like that. The evaluation was done based on the mathematical analysis, but manually, and the scope of the questioning the integrity of the POT members were also open. The institutions had been given an opportunity to challenge the evaluation that is being made during this period. The nextly, scalar system was followed by standard evaluation at the second phase. The prediction based on was considered as one of the concept, because the explanation was to some extent ascetic at the initial stage. At the second stage, it was mathematical evaluation was there, but two-stage evaluation method was followed: evaluation through SSR and side visit, that is observation and analysis, report writing and evaluation based on the scalar system. That was one of the most important part which a peer team member is supposed to bear with, and it depends upon the tenacity of the person also who used to visit an institution and take a longer period of time for the explanation and for visualizing the whole thing, and also at the same time making the evaluation. Now, from the institutional point of view, the peer team used to say the preparedness of the institution. That means academic target fixing, inculcating discipline and documentation, continued effort for documentation, institutional enrichment and continuous improvement, effort to fill up lacuna already detected by the peer team, formal and the regular feedback with its proper evaluation. Now, recently, as we have seen, that there is the provision for revised assessment, which may be considered as a reassessment, is to be made. Now, it is ICT-enabled accreditation framework, transparent, scalable, and globally acceptable, which is being claimed. Focus is on stakeholder evaluation for their perspective, step-by-step ICT-enabled accreditation process, student satisfaction survey, data verification and validation, questionnaire based on Likert type scale, with inquiry on teaching learning process, and then the analysis of questionnaire with 20 objective questions and one open-ended question, 20 objective questions to be answered by the students from 0 to 4 scale, student satisfaction survey from 4 to 0 scale indicating min satisfaction level, known as student satisfaction survey, and then based on the criteria 2, that is teaching, learning and evaluation, students are asked to offer 3 observation or suggestion to improve the overall teaching, learning and evaluation. And the revised assessment and accreditation framework is thus ICT-enabled, and then 70% system generated score, 30% peer generated score, 100% off-site evaluation for the HI applying for 4th circle of accreditation. On-site visit is in exceptional situation. So this is the overall scenario of change from the beginning to the end to the present day regarding the NAAC accreditation. And it is interesting to know that the higher education institutions are also changing their strategy from time to time with the change of the structure that is being evolved by the National Assessment and Accreditation Council from time to time. So thank you very much. That's all about the present situation, the changing situation, which I wanted to explain in this paper, in my paper.
Thank you, Dr. Maitri Roy. Thank you for sticking to time. I have to make an announcement here. All the presenters will get a link in the mail for the feedback. And in the feedback, you also have to give an undertaking, take the undertaking that this paper has not been presented anywhere else. Okay. So you'll all get a link in your mail, respective mail, based on which your certificate will be generated. Thank you once again. I now invite Dr. Parshurama D from Dharwad.
Yes, sir. I am present.
Yes, sir.
Hello. So very good
Yes.
afternoon. Shall I share my presentation, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can start, sir.
Is it PPT is visible, sir?
Uh, just yes, sir. It is visible. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Dr. Parashuram, Principal, Jesus Sri Manjunatheshwara College of Education, Vidhyagiri, Dharwad, Karnataka. Topic for my presentation is strategies and approaches of using ICT in teacher education, a program. Actually, my paper is completely different. So far, we have discussed about how technology, it means information and communication technology used in education. But when we talk about in the purview of teacher education field, we talk more about how to use technology in a two-way. One in terms of technology in education, and second one is technology of education. Because the teacher educators are one, those they are going to developing a different pedagogical tools for a school education as well as for higher education system. In this concern, information and communication technology has become one of the wonderful tool which is going to meet the demands of 21st century education. And also it is a beautiful combination for teaching and learning environment. It is not only become a part of education system, it has become a agenda of education, a practice. In this concern, one of the great educational practitioner, he said very clearly, ICT is considered as one of the tool as well as it is a medium, it is a goal for education system. In this concern, definitely the ICT is very, very prominent for entire educational practice. But when we talk about the practices in education system, there is a strong need of providing quality education in terms of in-service education as well as a pre-service education. If we are going to give in-service education, it is not more sufficient because 50% of the skills which are going to develop by a teachers during the time of a training program. In this concern, ICT should become a capacity building tool during the time of a teacher training a program. Then how to use ICT in teacher education a program. Here there is a beautiful quote which was made by one of the study made by a great professor by name Chung. He has written a article called 3 Waves of Teacher Education and Development, a paradigm shift in applying ICT. Actually now the topic is going to become a burning topic during a pandemic. Because already we have seen there are many institutions, they are not able to cope up with ICT components during the time of online learning a program. It is due to the lack of technological skills and lack of sources which are available for teaching and learning environment. If you look into all the 3 waves which are emphasized by Chung, definitely they are very important for the entire educational practice. The first wave is we need to make use of ICT as a tool of storage. Because there are a number of sources which are available in education system, but we need to use it very properly, and also we need to make use of those tools and we need to transfer knowledge very systematically in the form of a first page. And second one is there are a number of challenges which we need to meet in education program, particularly in a teacher education. How to teach in classroom, how to handle the students, and also how to engage students in a very active, in a very creative way. These are all the common challenges which are going to be observed in school education as well as higher education system. If you want to meet these components, there is a need of using a second wave. And third wave is going to focusing more on how best we can make use of ICT learning, individualized, local, and also a global aspect. Because nowadays the technology is available everywhere, and there is a lots of collaborations which are going to be happening across the nation as well as across the world. If you observe all the 3 important waves for sustained development of entire educational practices, we need to make use of these 3 waves in education system. In this concern, there is another important eminent educationist, Krishner. He has identified the benchmark how to make use of ICT in teacher education a program. Usually we are going to call ICT is a mind tool, because ICT is not only used for transferring the knowledge, more than we are going to using it for the purpose of transformation of a knowledge. If you want to transfer the activities of a thinking ability of a child, definitely there is a need of focusing more on higher order thinking abilities in the students as well as among the teachers. In this concern, it is going to be treated as a mind tool. And next one is, you need to use as a benchmark for educational or either pedagogical tool. Because ICT in education means usually technology in education means we are going to making use of engineering technology. Technology of education means we need to applying some of the important psychological principle in order to build a strong quality education in teaching and learning environment. Actually, there are some psychological schools exist. One is behavioralism, second one is cognitivism, third one is constructivism. They are all going to guide us how to make use of technology components in a teaching and learning environment. In this concern, one of the beautiful commission which was framed in Indian context by name National Policy on Information and Communication Technology has said very clearly, we need to use ICT as a capacity building capacity building component in a teacher education a program, because basically we are giving in-service education along with the pre-service education. Along with that, we need to provide in-service education for a teacher. If you want to meet these two, definitely the teacher training institution, they need to act as a capacity building institution, as well as they need to use ICT as a capacity building components. Next one, if you want to adopt ICT in a very proper manner, there are four important approaches which are globally used in education field. One is ICT skill development as an approach. In this approach, we are using ICT for a general purpose. It means for generally we are using in teaching and learning environment, as well as for storage purpose and remaining purpose. And second one is ICT pedagogical approach. It means we need to develop a pedagogical approaches. For example, if you think about information and communication technology and ICT based learning and technology based learning, they are going to focusing on how to use technology for constructivist teaching, how to use technology for engaging the student in interactive learning environment, cooperative learning. This kind of pedagogical approach need to be developed by using ICT approach. A third one is subject specific approach. We are having different subjects in school education, like science, social science, maths. Again, if you look into the secondary education and higher education, there are different subjects are going to be observed. How to make use of these ICT tools for the purpose of specific subject specific approach. I think you might have you have seen there are a number of online internships are going on at present. Actually, internship is a common thing, but due to pandemic, we are able to organizing the internship program even online mode. It means it is going to become a subject specific approach for educational practice. Third one is practice driven approach. This is most important in teacher education program, because the teachers, those who are going to get trained in teacher education institution, definitely in a very short period of a time, after completion of 2 years of a program, they are going to become full-time teachers in a school education. In this concern, there is a need of training various aspects of ICT components during the time of a training. That's what we need to make use of. ICT is the best tool in order to train the students during the time of a teacher education program. Overall, if you look into the ICT and its importance in education, teacher education program, we need to use ICT for the purpose of a digital technology. And next one is we need to make use of ICT for the purpose of engaging the student in the form of ICT resource activities. And next one is we need to integrate ICT for engaging students in effective teaching and learning environment. And it need to be act as a tool for providing in-service and pre-service education. It need to use as a innovative approach and also improvising the educational practices of a school education system. And also we need to make use of this tool.
I have to interrupt you. Sir, I have to interrupt you. Can you please wind up quickly? The time is up.
Yes, sir. Overall, my paper clearly says that ICT is a medium, ICT is a tool, ICT is a goal for teacher education in the institution. We need to make use for the purpose of training the teacher, developing the pedagogy, and improvising the quality of educational practices and meeting the challenges of education. Okay, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for an energetic presentation. Next is Professor Rajni Dubey, Surendra Dangi, and Dr. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Parshuram, can leave the meeting? Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And stop presenting. You can stay in the meeting, but stop presenting.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Professor Rajni Dubey.
Yes, sir.
From Bhopal, she's going to present on aspects and significances of information and communication technology tools in teaching learning process. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Share my.
Yes, you can start presenting, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Sir, my visual.
Yes, we can see
PPT?
see that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank to organize for their kind invitation towards me, enabling me to participate in this wonderful forum. I am Rajni Dubey, Associate Professor, School of Pharmacy and Research. Itself, I am here to represent my view about very fascinating topic and topics, aspects and teaching learning process. So firstly we start, what is ICT? ICT means ICT divided into three parts. I means information, C means communication and T means technology. So information means information is a summarization of data, and technically data are raw facts and figure that are processed to information. And what is communication? Communication is a process which disseminate information and knowledge, and technology is a mode of media throughout which information can be disseminated. So ICT is the technology required for information processing and spreading. So what is the component of ICT? ICT include communication device and application like computer, hardware, network, software, mobile technology, satellite communication, video conferencing, RFID technology. RFID means radio frequency identifications, technology, Wi-Fi zone, pen drives, internet, Web 2.0 and social media. Next is role of ICT in education. ICT helps teacher to interact with his student. It helps them in preparation their teaching, providing feedback. And the valid uses of information communication technology provide distance learning via electronic network, open learning through student control learning pathway, and the process of changing teaching and learning style by using a narrow range of information. Next is a benefit of ICT application in education. It provides access of education, it provides quality of education, it provides equal opportunity to the large number of learners, and it provides specialization tool for the learner for visual, hearing and mental impairment, and that they learn and acquire knowledge at their ones, and it also provides support to each and every school in sharing education. And what is ICT? Some other point are discussed. ICT in classroom instructor. ICT in classroom in a community engagement initiator of the School of Community that is designed to inspire teacher and trainer, educate to utilize up to date, and its tool and technique that facilitate the classroom teaching experience. And finally, what is the significance of the study? And significance of the study, you all know the scenario of the classroom is changing. There is, due to pandemic situation, there is a technological gap between the progress of the society and the instructor activity of the teachers in the classroom. So e-learning and online e-learning or online learning are provided, and ICT brings inclusions. Inclusions means the benefit of ICT in education are such that student in the classroom can be learned from the curriculum material. And ICT promote higher order of thinking skill. ICT enhance subject learning. ICT enhance encourage collaboration, motivating learning, educational. It also provide education, improve engagement and knowledge retention. Some following emerging learning technology used here, like you all know about the blogging. Blogging refers to the writing, photography or other media that they self itself publish online. Some things, a blog is a website or pop is a part of website. Blog are usually maintained by individual with regular entry of commentary. And integrated learning modules means combining what you learn in the classroom, whether it's self theory or technique. What is podcast? Podcast, a digital audio file made available on the internet for downloading to computer or mobile device, typically available as a series as a Siri new install of which can be received by subscriber automatically. So ICT tool used in the classroom. Some ICT tool used in the classroom like computer aided instructor, email, you all know about what is email, discussion forum, blog and wikis, computer assistant learning, LCD projector. LCD projector is also a type of video projector and displaying video. PowerPoint presentation, Google Map. Google Map provide the standard map of the direction as well as the real-time traffic information is measure cities satellite views. Teachers Tube, Classroom 2.0, Twitter, class tools, mobile learning, smart board. Nowadays smart board are used. Smart board is an interactive whiteboard that uses touch detection by the user input. Social network, Google Earth. Google Earth also is makes Google Map in 3D visual. But some problem faced in implantation of ICT, like problem lack of proper infrastructure developed in rural area, lack of skill or untrained teachers in primary and secondary school, unripening educational planning, frequent power cutoff most of the village, and lower bandwidth capacity that develop the country. So finally conclude our topic. The timing has never better. The timing has never been better for using to enable and improving, leading to all lives in all places and for the peoples of the all background. So finally, technology will never replace great teacher, but in the hand of the but but in the hand of the great teacher, its transformation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dubey. Due to a special request, I am, with your permission, or with all of your permission, I am allowing Dr. Samir Vora to present first.
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Samir.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, I am in exam duty. That's why I had requested, sir. Thank you very much for permitting me, sir.
Yeah, please go on.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. PPT is visible, sir. Please confirm.
Yes, it is visible, sir.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. The coordinator of NAAC seminar, co-coordinator, organizing secretary, and my dear participants, I am Dr. Samir Vora from BGM Commerce College, and my topic is issues and challenges in e-governance in higher education. As we talk about governance, it is very important that higher education is one of the most important factors in the development of the country. And the growth in the recent years, we can see that in the education field, so that the governance is very important. So this growth promises more skilled individuals to fulfill needs of every growing Indian economy. As far as you know, that challenges are with our UGC, AICT, and they have to maintain and improve the quality of education. So e-governance helps in improving transparency, providing speedy information, dissemination to inform, and improving administrative efficacy in public services in all the steps of education. And this will add to the one feeder in the education field, and the policies and the procedures may be simplified. So here an attempt has been made to discuss concept of e-governance in use of latest application and integration in the higher education sector. E-governance, easy governance. E-governance is economical governance. As we know that as far as economy is concerned, as far as the operations of an education is concerned, the governance must be easy and simple. It must be understandable by everyone. And it should also be economical. So we have to keep in mind these things also. Now, this e-governance integrates solution in education sector that facilitate processing and maintenance of large volume of information and enables the government and the citizens to access the information, such as you can see here,
registration is there, admission, student information, classes, timetable, transport, and so on, examination performance, and so on. So, this system will enable various stakeholders to control the improved operational efficiency. As we also know that in the various key processes for NAAC accreditation regarding grants, utilizations, approval process, and feedback. And at most importance and weightage is given now in NAAC. As you know the procedures, it is now online submission has there. So e-governance is to be properly and strictly followed. It should be in a sequence, it should be in a order, it should be authentic, and so many other points are there. And DVV is that is data validation. So for that also, your documentations, your information must be appropriate. So as far as NAAC is concerned, and this is NAAC sponsored seminar, when we have to go for accreditation, the colleges has to go for accreditation. At most importance is the e-governance. Either it is in government sector, either it is in college, either it is in university, and so on. So here, recently University Grant Commission has recommended 4 models of public-private partnership so that we can smoothen the process and the procedure also. So the 4 models which are suggested are basic infrastructure model, outsourcing model, equity hybrid model, and reverse outsourcing model. So whichever is appropriate according to the organization, they can adopt it. But again, each and every model has its pros and cons, benefits and limitations. As far as each and every institutions, either it is college, either it is university, and so on, they have to adapt the model according to the infrastructure, according to the facilities available. Now, what are the benefits of the education? It is beneficial to university students, colleges, and overall system. Now, while we are implementing e-governance, what it provides to the education system, that is very important. So, long-term impact to organize goals, improve education system, empowerment of faculty, students, and encouragement of that participation in governance. As far as the system, the people under the system, the manpower under the system, the infrastructure is not ready, then we cannot get the benefit. So it must be smooth going only when the setup is proper. Now there are certain issues in that. It is different from routine computer-based system in number of ways. When we say that e-governance means computerization, we can have some PCs and so on, it is not so. It has challenges in implementation of e-government, not of technology, machines or internet, but in the organization, policies and procedures. That plays very important role. So when we talk about e-governance, the basic issue or challenge which you can say is the policies and procedure framed. Only formation of policy and procedure is not enough. Should be properly implemented. So when we have to implement, it must be clear, it must be understandable to all, and so on. Again, there are so many challenges while implementing e-governance in the Indian context. That is lack of clarity of objective, inadequate funds, dearth of talented workforce. Okay, this I would like to focus on this. This talented workforce plays very important role. Data backlog, change management. We had the setup, we had the infrastructure, but if you don't have the talented workforce, then it's of no use. So whenever policies and procedures are followed, are prescribed, then it must be implemented by the persons only. Okay, so here human resource is very important. Then coordination and so on, other points are there. Then rigid mindset to innovation and doing things differently. Then rigid legal framework, maintenance challenge and citizen readiness. If you are not ready for the change, if you are not adapt to know the new technology, the procedure, then it's of no use. So it is these are the points which must be considered. Then with the ample of benefits, it is strongly suggested to design a system that is student-centric and can provide a variety of services, informative, interactive, and transactional and integrated system across the entire spectrum of the education center. Higher education is... Yes, sir.
Can you please wind up your presentation?
Yes, sir. Bas, 1 minute on. So, higher education must enter the data that will cater the need of MIS regarding and coordinate bodies. At last,
e-governance plays very important role in the higher education, and you can change the scenario. You can get the benefits from that. Thank you very much. Have a nice day to all of you. Thank you very much, the coordinator, co-coordinator, for allowing me for the presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Samir Vora. The next speaker is Dr. Rajnikant Dodia.
Yes, sir. Can
And
you hear me, sir?
yes, yes.
હા એટલે એમાં એવું તમારે આઈક્યુએસી કમિટી છે ને દાખલા તરીકે કોલેજની. હા તો
Hello.
એની અંદર
Am
એક
I audible,
એનજીઓ
sir?
ના મેમ્બર હોય બરાબર.
As
હા તો એના એનજીઓ ના મેમ્બર તરીકે
I
નામ
request
લખવાનું
all
આવે
the
છે.
participants to please mute the microphones.
અને બીએસસી માંથી મેમ્બર હોય એમ.
I request
હા એટલે
the
મેં
participants
મારી
to
સાઈડ
mute the
તરફથી
microphones.
મેં કીધું કે
Thank you.
Uh, yes,
Yes,
sir. Can you hear me, sir? Am I audible?
yes, yes. You are audible.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon to all. I'm going to present my entire screen. Just a second. Okay, let me know, please, if it's visible to all.
Yes, it is visible, sir.
Okay. I have started presentation. First of all, good afternoon to everyone, and let me begin my presentation first. This ICT has been talked a lot, but here I am going to present about ICT in practice. So here a practical research, we can say a practical study I have done, and during this lockdown period and this pandemic period proved to be fruitful for me at some extent. So here my topic is YouTube channel for UGC NET aspirants, and it is a kind of innovative practice I conducted in higher education for the purpose of exam oriented videos, and for the students who are aspirants of UGC NET exam, especially in English literature. So here you can see the logo of my channel also, and it is completely free portal for the coaching on English literature. Online classes are conducting, but it is totally free for the students who need it, free of charge. Okay, so next I'm going to talk about this is my practical study. So all the things I have taken here from my YouTube channel, and around 85 videos are there, more than 85, 87 videos are there on different topics, and you can see here the major topics: history of English literature is there, literary theories and criticism, English language and pedagogy, research methodology, general paper 8, that is paper 1. Then guidance sessions, counseling sessions I am conducting many times, and such sessions are two-way sessions on Google Meet. And here this one link, www.youtube.com Rajnikant Dodia, that is the link for UGC NET. So here also I conducted some sessions, some university sessions, department sessions I conducted in Gujarat, and these videos are also available, and some mock tests I have created, mock tested for those students, 25 marks mock.
Maybe you are running your YouTube channel and all, but then how is it useful for the NAAC purposes?
It is a kind of extension services, extension activities we can consider.
One single line paper, that it is an extension service which is useful, which can be useful, or which can be adapted by other also. Otherwise, this content I don't think is suitable. I don't know whether Dr. Nikunj is there.
Yes, sir.
So, do you find this is okay?
Sir, we may request him that he should incorporate the relation between the quality education or NAAC and the work what he has
That
done.
is what is expected actually.
Yes, we can request him.
I got the point, sir. But
your work, you should connect it with how this practice is useful and how is it is useful for enhancing the quality in the college.
So I request Dr. Dodia, if you do not have such a certain matter related the neck, so
Okay.
you may conclude fast if you don't mind.
Okay, I'm concluding right now because once I sent the paper yesterday and I was expecting a reply from the organizers if it is suitable for this purpose or not. But there wasn't any reply. And this paper was included in the
Your
schedule.
your
So I thought it's okay.
okay, okay. Thank
Th-
you.
Nothing else.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rodia. The next presenter is Dr. Rosie Bansal and Ms. Isha Bansal. Interdisciplinary approach of new education policy, Academy
Yeah,
towards
I'm
education
audible,
development.
sir. If I'm audible,
Yes, ma'am. You are.
just give me a minute. I am going to share my screen.
Yeah.
Where is the presentation? If my presentation is the rote learning, it's all about creativity. So before proceeding with my presentation, I would like to pray to Ma Saraswati, the goddess of wisdom. According to Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And in order to sharpen even this weapon of education, we need to transform the education system with modern and futuristic approach. And change is the only constant, my dear friends, in this dynamic world. The new education policy will be a landmark in the history of education in India. And surely change brings new opportunities. And earlier, the implementation of two previous educational policies was incomplete. And we always, I must quote Chanakya because we can't afford to make them all at our own. So there were lots of ifs and buts, tits and bits in the mind to adapt a new education policy. And this new education policy, it is having an interdisciplinary approach. It is lifeguarding the education system. We do not grow when things the times of Nalanda and Takshila, the higher education in India recognized as the holistic aspects of all human knowledge and inquiry as fundamentally connected. The new education and cultural diversity. The policy also proposes phasing out of all institutions offering single streams, and that all universities and colleges must aim to become multidisciplinary by 2040. Liberal arts approach in higher education, liberal education through an array of different disciplines that includes arts, humanities, mathematics, and sciences, suitably integrated with a deeper study of special area of interest. And no doubt there are multiple entry and exit points in this new education policies, which is going to provide the credit transferability across the universities and multidisciplinarity in the higher education system, and is going to provide flexibility to the students. Students can enter the degree and can take the exits as well at any point of time. Earlier it was like students mark sheet, which was the prestige sheet for the family, but it was actually a pressure sheet for the student itself. And without creativity there would be no progress, and we would be forever repeating the same patterns. So in the words of Indian government, we give them roots, we give them wings and great joys from little things. A hope that they will soar, a hope that they will try. We are sure that one day our children will learn to fly. Earlier, the education system in India was more of Gurukul system of education, in which everybody, anyone who wished to study, he used to go to a teacher or a guru to his house and requested him to be taught.
and if he has been accepted by the guru, then he has to stay at guru's place, and guru has to help in all the activities at his home. And this not only created a strong connection between the teacher and the student, but it also taught the student everything about running a house. And the guru taught everything the child wanted to learn, from Sanskrit to the holy scriptures and from mathematics to metaphysics. The student used to stay at his home till the guru feels like that he has completed his study, and all the learning was closely linked to nature as well and to life, and it was not confined to memorizing some information. According to the Indian concepts, if I talk about Rig Veda, education is something which makes a man self-reliant and selfless. If and in Upanishads, education is that whose end product is salvation. According to Shankaracharya, education is the realization of self, and Kautilya says that education means training for the country and love for the nation. The education system was actually introduced by Lord Macaulay during the British rule in 19th century, and the pattern was 10 plus 2 plus 3. And it goes like this: from primary, secondary, higher education, then graduation and post-graduation. The modern education system was containing the subjects like science and mathematics, and the subjects like metaphysics and philosophy, they were all missing, and actually they were considered unnecessary. And teaching was confined to classrooms, and there was no link with the nature, and even the close relationship between teacher and student was missing. So if I have incorporated this picture, which shows that for a fair selection, everybody has to climb the same have to give the same exam, that they have to climb the tree. How you can think of doing the same thing from everyone? So the greatest device for doing more is creativity, and innovation is the technique which is to be used in new education policy. Actually, the study was burden for the students earlier, and the true purpose was missing. The true purpose of education is to make minds, not carriers. And the children, they must be taught how to think, not what to think. And these people actually succeeded because they knew how to research, collect information for a selected project, and process knowledge. So the new education policy is shifting the education from rote learning to creative thinking and digital literacy. And this is the changing phase of education. Now the focus
Dr.
of education.
Dr. Bansal, I have to interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt you, but the time is up, ma'am.
Just a minute. Okay, I'm winding up. And earlier the requirements were all product centering, and the future requirements are more based on skill-based learning, skill-based knowledge. The focus is on higher quality education, the research-based education, and this is all being facilitated by new education policy, which is including teacher preparation, orientation and training, and all that. And this is how it goes. It is 3+4 curricular and pedagogical structure, and 5 years of foundation age, 3 years of preparatory stage, 3 years of middle stage, and 4 years of secondary stage. So education is not about learning the facts, but the training of minds to think. I'm a foods person, so I must say that like instant food, there is an instant knowledge, instant skill, instant experience. So we all have to save the planet by saving our education, and the guru is actually taking us from darkness to light. This is all about my presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patient listening. Thank you, the organizers, for giving me this opportunity to present my views.
Thank you, Dr. Bansal. Thank you, Dr. Bansal. The next speaker is Dr. S.
Let me stop my screen sharing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Dr. S. Shailaja from Shivakashi, and she will be speaking on innovations and best practices enhance the quality of higher education. Yes, doctor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. And I'm going to present the screen.
You're audible, ma'am.
Sir, actually, I'm running right now, sir. screen with my
Yes, the voice is not clear.
voice is, my voice is not clear,
It's
sir.
getting disrupted. Yes, it's getting disrupted.
Can I join in my mobile, sir?
You may,
Am
madam.
I
You
audible
can do
now?
that. Audible, but the voice is getting cut in the middle.
Okay, okay, sir. Fine, I will join in my mobile.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
sir. Within an hour, I will join with it.
Your screen is now visible, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will come in my mobile and meet.
शिवाजी तो है नहीं यहाँ पे.
I'm here, sir. I'm here. Join
Yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah. Yes, yes.
Yeah. I have joined in my mobile, sir.
There is some disturbance, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Of course, there is a disturbance.
Kindly leave any one of the device, madam, either mobile, either laptop. If you are connecting
Okay, sir.
both.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yes, now I will speak from my phone itself, sir. Am I audible now to you?
Yes, you are.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I'm Dr. Shailaja, Assistant Professor of Department of Chemistry from the Standard Fireworks Radharatnam College for Women, Sivagasi. Today I'm going to talk about how innovations and best practices enhances the quality of the higher education. In this context, I'm going to talk about some best practices that can be practiced in teaching learning process, energy conservation, water conservation and management, and waste management. According to NAAC, any practice or practices that an institution evolves and practice for a few years and also has a right impact, a positive impact on the functioning of the institution can be considered as a best practice. And in my opinion also, the best practice adds value to the human life as well as to the campus. As our Dr. Datta Sawant has rightly said that colleges who undertook best practices have positive impact on their assessment and accreditation process, earning them the expected grade or the score. And education is the powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And the trajectory of most of the higher education institution is imparting knowledge alone. And the traditional system of teaching and learning caters knowledge only. The curriculum has to be enhanced in such a way that the learning outcome must eliminate the payment for sustainability. And internships can be made mandatory to the student to bridge the gap between the industry and the academia, and stewardship of the students and in the small projects can be appreciated and small incentives can be given to them. ICT also can enhance the quality of the education in number of ways, which was discussed by number of participants in this forum. And number of academic and non-academic programs can be organized for the students so that they can understand that a small change at the individual level will bring a very big impact on the environment. And regarding energy conservation, the grain of truth is that the global demand of the energy is increasing in population. And do you know that every 1 hour the sun beams energy, the sun beams lot of energy onto the earth, which is sufficient for the global energy demand of 1 full year. And energy wastage can be minimized either by using the energy intellectually or by using alternate energy resources. Solar energy can be harnessed and can be used for illuminating the entire campus as well as for the hospitals and canteens for boilers. LED bulbs and sensor-based equipments can be adopted to bring the EB bills drastically. And then students who reside nearby the campus can be motivated to come by walk or by bicycles, and carpooling can be motivated. And no few days can be observed, 1 or 2 days in a semester, and a calculation can be put up in the notice board to make the student understand that
not using a vehicle on a single day has contributed how much to the environment. Then water scarcity is a major problem in most of the cities of India. And signboards can be put up near the water points to remind the students to use the water without wastage. Rainwater can be harvested and can be stored in the tanks or bunds and can be used for watering for agriculture purposes and for toilets as well as for recharging the water reservoirs. And then sensor-based equipments can be adopted to minimize the usage of the water. Tap aerator will allow only 50% of the water to come out. So that water also comes out as globules. So surface area of the water increases, therefore, or the washing will be more efficient. And solid waste, liquid waste, e-waste, and the biomedical waste are the general waste that are generated in the campus. When we go on to the solid waste, the test papers and the office papers that we use are really a problem for us. Then the withered leaves that we get from the greenery, paper cups, then vegetable waste, food waste, and then sanitary napkins and broken glassware from the laboratories, and then masks and the gloves are going to be a real threat in the near future for us. How are we going to manage them? So segregation of the source point is very, very important. Awareness program has to be given to the students to segregate them at the source point. Composting can be done, vermicomposting can be initiated, and all these paper waste, vegetable waste, and the food waste can be used for this composting purposes. Recycling of paper can be also be motivated, and then these people can and use this paper for other purposes. Then ICT also plays a very important role in this because tests can be conducted online so that most of the papers we use those can be reduced. And when we come to the liquid waste, we have waste from the toilet, hand wash, laboratories, glassware, and then sewage treatment plant can be adopted to minimize, to clean that process, and then grey water that can be fed directly to the agriculture, and the wastewater from the RO plant can also be used for recharging the well as well as for watering the plants. And then e-waste is an important crisis which we are going to face in the near future as all our students are now having electronic gadgets with them. So we have to give awareness to them how to use it, how to dump it. So because the batteries that if they are dumped as such on the land will cause seepage, and these harmful chemicals may enter the groundwater and that will even pollute the water. And there are a number of challenges for each and every institution. And when we take each and every institution has their own challenge that depends upon their own environment in which they are placed. So every institution has to take up the challenge, and they can convert that challenge into opportunity, and some innovations when they are added can evolve as a best practice. Finally, in my opinion, I conclude by saying that every institution can adopt some best practices so that the students will be benefited and they will evolve as a very good entrepreneur or a successful woman or a successful man in the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shailaja. The next speaker is Professor Tejal Taylor from WAPI.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, just a minute. Dr. Shailaja, can you please stop presenting?
Yes, sir, I have stopped my presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. The next, Professor Tejal Taylor. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Tejal Taylor from R.K. Desai College of Education, WAPI. My paper presentation topic is Role of Ethics and Moral Values in Higher Education. The role of ethical values within Indian higher education and society is declining and requires a new way of thinking based on Indian ethos. The ethics and moral values practiced in universities heavily influence the future leaders. Colleges and universities are the custodians of knowledge. In majority of the education institutions, there is a significant lapse in the concept of human development, and nation building process. The best way to address this issue is to impart value based ethical education incorporated in the academic curriculum, just the way it was being practiced in the ancient times, where the education system was value based and education would help in the improvement of human character and recognition of their inner purity. Concept of value based education. Value based education imparts social, moral, integrity, character, spirituality, and many more. It builds the quality of humility, strength, and honesty in a person. Value based education is the only means which can give to our young generation the right direction. There is need for value based education system in India. Concept of ethics, moral values, and education. What is ethic? Ethic is a branch of philosophy that deals with the morality. The word ethics has been derived from the Greek word ethos, which means character. Aristotle was one of the first great philosophers to define the ethics. Ethics covers the following dilemmas: how to live a good life, our rights and responsibilities, the language of right and wrong, moral decisions, what is good and bad. What is moral value? Morality is derived from Latin word moralitas, which means manner, character, and proper behavior. Moral values are a set of some precious values which helps us in becoming a good human being. These values involve a lot of factors like morality, respecting others, helping others, loving others, etc. What is education? The rule of word education, the root of word education is derived from Latin word educate. The word educate means to bring up and to nourish. According to Aristotle, education is an ornament in prosperity and a refuge in adversity. Higher education in India. Indian higher education system is the world's third largest in terms of students, next to China and the United States. However, the system has many issues of concern at present, like financing and management, including access, equity, and relevance, reorientation of programs by laying emphasis on health consciousness, values and ethics, and quality of higher education together with the assessment of institutions and their accreditation. Recognizing the above and the basic fact that the universities have to perform multiple roles like creating new knowledge, acquiring new capabilities, and producing an intelligent human resource pool through challenging teaching, research, and extension activities so as to balance both the need and the demand in the society. Which are the causes of ethical deterioration in Indian higher education? First is corruption in education. Second is privatization of educational institutes. Third is lack of value education in curriculum. And fourth one is lack of Guru Shishya bond. So what can be done for strengthening the ethical culture in higher education? So through Indian interpersonal level, individual interpersonal level, intra-institutional level, interinstitutional level, communication level, and spiritual level. So, through this, ethical culture can be developed in higher education. The declining of ethical values in higher education system will give rise to unskilled professional and undisciplined students. This trend needs to be addressed if India has to survive as a nation and acquire its due place in the world. The only way to arrest this deterioration is to provide value orientation in Indian educational system. In India, it is necessary to increase philosophical thinking, to equip the student with ethical values, study, research, and moral development. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present over here.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. The last speaker for the day is Dr. Bhaumik Upadhyay from Sidhpur. Before Dr. Upadhyay starts, let me remind the presenters again that the feedback link will be sent to your mail as soon as the session completes. Okay, and also in the WhatsApp. And you have to give an undertaking that this presentation was not used anywhere else. Thank you. Dr. Upadhyay, are you there?
Yes, yes, sir. I'm here, sir. I'm here.
Welcome,
I'm
sir.
Dr. Bhomik Upadhyay, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Okay, okay. Mm, mm. I start my presentation. Share screen. Just a minute. My slide is visible or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. My topic is directly or indirectly connected with the National Education Policy 2020. We are, we, our government want to achieve so many targets in the field of education. Actually, if you all teacher, we are always responsible for development of education, and we always worry how our government work with us. And so, and first I start, what is the basic goal? The basic goal, we never change the policy before 2020. And actually, we replace UGC as well as the AICT with the Higher Education Commissioner of India, as well as the opening up Indian higher education to the foreign player, as well as the 4-year multidisciplinary bachelor's program with the exist options, as well as flexibility regarding the institutional and offer different type of the master's program. This is the basic and highlight of the 2020 scheme. But how is अचीवेबल, कैसे हम इसको अचीव करेंगे, वो सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है. माय कंसर्न डायरेक्टली deal with the only higher education only. First is the minimum qualification is PhD must require when you are किसी को भी आप कंफर्म करते हो फॉर परमानेंट टीचिंग. अभी नेट स्लेट से भी परमानेंट टीचिंग के लिए हो जाते हैं. एक्चुअली आई पास आउट यूजीसी नेट, बट आई फील दैट वी मस्ट नीड गवर्नमेंट परमानेंट से पहले पीएचडी क्वालिफिकेशन करनी ही चाहिए, अदरवाइज कुछ हासिल नहीं होगा. सेकंड वन, कंपल्सरी फैकल्टी एनुअल पब्लिकेशन. फैकल्टी हियर, मेरा फैकल्टी वर्ष का मतलब है मैं मैनेजमेंट की फैकल्टी से हूँ, आर्ट्स की फैकल्टी से हूँ, लॉ की फैकल्टी से हूँ. मेरे डिपार्टमेंट के जितने भी स्टूडेंट्स जो तेजस्वी है, एज वेल एज मेरे डिपार्टमेंट के जो टीचर्स हैं, उन सभी के लिए वो फैकल्टी, वो डिपार्टमेंट मस्ट बी पब्लिश वन पर्टिकुलर पब्लिकेशन एंड इट इज अ मस्ट रिक्वायर्ड पार्ट फॉर ईच एंड एवरी इंस्टीट्यूशन. एंड द थर्ड इज द यूज ऑफ सर्विस ऑफ रिटायर पर्सन. एक रिटायर बंदा है, उसके रिटायर हो जाने के बाद भी गाइडशिप के लिए उसका नॉलेज कभी खत्म नहीं होता. वो कहते हैं ना, जूनी मुर्गी ज्यादा अंडे देती है, उस तरह जो जिसके पास ज्यादा नॉलेज है उसका सिर्फ गाइडशिप के लिए तो हमें नॉलेज लेना चाहिए ना. अदरवाइज हम जो प्लान कर रहे हैं उसके लिए नए नए बंदे बढ़ते जाएंगे पर पुराने चले जाएंगे. My fourth point is the higher education leader should be a role model in research and innovation. हायर एजुकेशन में लीडर हमें ओल्डनेस पर्सनालिटी को बनाना चाहिए, जिसके दम खम पे आगे सब कुछ चलना चाहिए. जैसे क्रिकेट में होता है, सचिन रिटायर हो गया तो पूरी टीम एक साथ नहीं हो गई, दादा गए, फिर सचिन गया, फिर राहुल गए, सब एक करके गए. हम क्या करते हैं, एज लिमिट एक्सपीरियंस में भी डाल देते हैं. हाँ, जॉब प्रोफाइल के लिए सही है कि रिटायरमेंट होना चाहिए, पर गाइडशिप फॉर द डेवलपमेंट पर्पज यूजीसी ने भी कई एरिया में मुझे लगता है कि कोई भी डिसीजन लेने से पहले उसके पास भी होना चाहिए. बहुत देखो, बार काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन से उसको प्रॉब्लम है, ऑफलाइन फिर 8+1 का रूल्स लेके आ गई. अभी तक FYLLB स्टार्ट हुआ है, जनवरी से स्टार्ट हुआ, हमारा जनवरी टू दिसंबर कैलेंडर ईयर है नहीं. ये सब कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है बिकॉज क्या, वहां पे लर्निंग पर्सनालिटी की कमी है. माय नेक्स्ट पॉइंट इज वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग. एक्चुअली वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग यूजीसी वालों को भी जरूरत है, सिर्फ हम लोग ही पढ़ते रहते हैं, उन लोगों को भी पढ़ने की जरूरत है. सो मैनी कोर्सेज वो लॉन्च कर देती है. मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी, एक्चुअली the main word multidisciplinary word ही properly follow नहीं हो रहा है. Then after the faculty according to boost performance, हम boost performance के लिए जो faculty का वर्क भी देखना चाहिए. यहाँ पे मैंने सिंगल पर्सन को रखा है, एज वेल एज अगर यूनिवर्सिटी सिंपली अपना सिलेबस फ्रेम करती है, सिंपली अलग कोर्स फ्रेम करती है, तो खुद की किताबें स्टडी मटेरियल क्यों फ्रेम नहीं करती? इट इज अ मस्ट रिक्वायर पार्ट। और अपने खुद के टीचर को आईएसबीएन आईएसएसएन वर्क के लिए प्रोत्साहन करना चाहिए। हम हमारे टीचर्स को कह देते हैं आप यूजीसी कैल लिस्ट में पब्लिश कराओ, एक्चुअली हमारे नियरेस्ट कोई कैंपस यूजीसी कैल लिस्ट के अप्रूवल ही नहीं है। बस मैं इतना कहना चाहता हूँ, कुछ ज्यादा बोल गया तो माफी चाहता हूँ। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आई एम डॉक्टर भौमिक उपाध्याय, वर्किंग इन गोकुल ग्लोबल यूनिवर्सिटी।
Thank you, Dr. Upadhyay, for your ideas.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. With this, we come to the conclusion of the program, and all the presentations have been done. Thank you, participants, for your enthusiastic participation. You made the program a success. The last topic for the seminar is, of course, uh, the vote of thanks, because we must acknowledge those who have played a part in the success of this program. As John F. Kennedy had said, we must find time to stop and thank the people who make a difference in our lives. And one more literature has rightly said, gratitude is a quality that is like electricity that must be produced, discharged, and used up in order to exist at all. So that's what I'm going to do. On behalf of the IQAC, I will briefly express my gratitude to all those who have made this event possible. So, our deep sense of indebtedness is due to the Charudar Vidya Mandal, our management and chairman, for supporting this event. We also acknowledge the role of Dr. Honorary Joint Secretary, Principal R.C. Talati, for being a guiding spirit and agreeing to grace this occasion. And he's an inspiration to all younger people with his enthusiasm and thirst for learning. Our sincere thanks to NAAC for sponsoring this event and also for the constant support in all the aspects of NAAC and activities. We are extremely thankful to Dr. Ganesh Hegde, advisor to NAAC, who agreed to speak on the occasion, and despite his busy schedule, he was very elaborate in his presentation. In all our activities, our principal, Dr. Bhavesh Patel, has always played a key role with his leadership and dynamism. He is the base on which all activities are based. He is always ready with key points, key inputs whenever we need them. Thank you, sir. We also wish to thank our affiliating university, Sardar Patel University, and the Vice Chancellor for all their support. I must also remember the sister institutes for their constant support and participation in the activities. We are especially thankful to all the paper presenters and attendees for making this, for responding to our invitation and participating this wholeheartedly. You made this event meaningful. Thank you again. Last but not the least, the college faculty, the office faculty, all the peons for the help in ways difficult to list here. We especially acknowledge the role of BCA department and Mr. Ashish Joshi and Dr. Navtej Bhatt and the IT support for the IT support that they have provided for the planning and the execution of the whole event. Thank you again. And I end by quoting literator Plutarch. He says, "A mind is a fire to be rekindled, not a vessel to be filled." So I do hope that this seminar has kindled your mind to work in the direction that you had planned for your colleges. Thank you very much once again, and we do hope that you'll join us for more such events and make the future events successful again. Thank you very much on behalf of IQAC, on behalf of the coordinator of IQAC, Dr. Nikunj Bhatt, and the college. Thank you. See you again. And do fill up the feedback form. As and when you do that, your e-certificates will be generated. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Namaskar.